the number of crimes that someone who's here illegally can be deported for, but it doesn't force state or local police to report that someone's here illegally.
Right. It doesn't do, it's not going to do everything, but I think it's still very important. One, that is saying, hey, we as ICE are going to deport people even for this level of crime. So there's a massive deterrent effect. And, I was in law enforcement. I was a federal prosecutor for 17 years. And so much of effective law enforcement, or effective security for that matter, is the deterrent effect. So this sends the message out there, not to the illegal alien criminals, but also to local law enforcement, that it's time to start cooperating. And most of them want to, even if they're meeting the folks on the ground want to cooperate, even if their leadership doesn't want to.
Okay, now you talk from the law enforcement, from the prosecution standpoint. There have been some concerned about the effect of something like the Lake and Riley Act, where you can deport someone who's accused of a crime. That doesn't mean they've been convicted yet. Does that mean they don't have their right to have their day in court?
They certainly have the right to have their day in court on the initial charge and the state offense, but they're already here illegally. So to get here illegally, you've violated at least one law, typically, which is Title 8, United States Code 1325, which is illegal entry. So that's a crime in and of itself. So yeah, they don't get extra. They could be deported under law if they were not arrested at all. So yeah. This argument that they're not getting due process, well, they don't have a right to be here to begin with. So they still get due process on their state crime, but they get deported regardless because they violated federal law from being here illegally.
All right. So with the ICE raids, we talked about these sanctuary cities. If ICE is going after people who have committed federal crimes, it doesn't matter what city or local officials do in these cities. Am I right?
That's exactly right. If somebody's, if there's an arrest warrant for a federal offense, or that could be an immigration offense or anything else, there's really not a lot they're going to be able to do on the federal criminal offenses. Where they stand their ground is basically these administrative arrests for people that are here illegally, that ICE hasn't maybe gotten criminal charges or aren't able to get criminal charges on, but are here illegally. So that's where one thing that they're doing is fighting that front. But the thing is, a lot of times the easiest way to deport somebody, even if they've committed an additional federal immigration offense, is just simply issue an ICE administrative warrant and remove them that way. But so what these sanctuary cities have been doing, I think, which is really the most cynical thing about it, they've sort of portrayed themselves as standing up to ICE, arresting people that aren't doing anything illegally at all, when in fact these are the most serious offenders of the illegal aliens that are already here. These are people that have committed additional crimes and often public safety offenses, and they've been fighting to keep them here under this sort of trying to create the misimpression that ICE is just rounding up people in schools and hospitals and things of that nature, when in fact that's not been the case.
With schools and churches, my understanding was they're hoping to prevent someone here illegally from using those places as a place to hide out, as opposed to just going to schools and going after people. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to be running up in schools and churches and to be arresting people. Again, before the Mayorkas administration, I was in federal prosecutor for 17 years, worked with ICE on a variety of cases. I never heard of a single instance of somebody being arrested in a school, a hospital, or a church, or anything else. So a lot of this is being blown up by the left to falsely malign ICE and falsely malign this administration, to suggest they're going to be rounding up a bunch of kindergartners or children and juvenile cancer units and things like that, which they're not going to be doing. But they should not have restrictions on these agents when they're looking for criminal aliens. They should be able to arrest them where they are, because that's what makes the public the safest.
Do we know how many people are actually in the U.S. illegally, and the percentage of those who are considered safety threats, criminal threats?
I think the first answer is no. My best guess is probably around 20 million, because the number that was always thrown around before the Biden administration was about 11 million or something. So you figure the Biden administration brought in another 10 million or so. So it's got to be at least 20 million. How many of them are criminals, serious criminals? That's hard to know, but we know from the letter that ICE sent out during the last administration. I think it was to Representative. I can't remember the representative, but they sent out the numbers from this previous administration that there were 660,000 people either charged with crimes or convicted of crimes that ICE knew about that were in the country. But the truth is, we don't know. We don't know how many gang members. It's probably higher than the estimates in a lot of cases, because the Biden administration was bringing all of these people in and they weren't vetting them at all. So my guess is the numbers are quite staggering, probably over 1 million.
How can ICE even, let's say they got every one of those, where do they put them?
I think a lot of it is, it's not going to be get them all at once, but as you're arresting people, you're also deporting people. And ICE was not even using a fraction of the beds that they had available for detention during the Biden administration. The other thing that's really important, by doing this, there's going to be such a deterrent on new people coming in here. So you're going to have the flow is going to be drastically cut down. So you're not going to have the influx and needing bed space and things like that for the influx. Because my guess, and just my guess based on sort of what's been going on, the numbers coming in are going to be minuscule within probably a month or so. It's a very cynical thing. So they do not have a fear or a legitimate fear, and particularly people here legally don't have a fear at all. They stand to benefit greatly from this, because illegal immigrants, as you know probably from reporting, that just last year taxpayers paid $150 billion for services from illegal aliens, from healthcare, public safety, education, things like that. So there's going to be more resources available for all the American citizens and the illegal immigrants. But do they have anything to fear if they're not violating the law, committing crimes? They shouldn't. If they're here illegally, they shouldn't be here, and maybe they should consider making arrangements to remove themselves.
Tom Homan, the Trump border czar, how do you think he's doing so far?
Phenomenal. This is right up Tom's alley, and he knows this issue, which is great. When you see him on these shows, he did this for about 30 plus years under multiple administrations. So he's seen the good and the bad and what works and what doesn't. And he's doing such a good job on this. But I think the most important thing he's doing, this administration is doing, is putting the message out there that this is going to stop. This madness where we incentivize and reward illegal aliens, it's going to stop. And again, like I said earlier, so much in law enforcement, the most important thing is deter illegal conduct. You don't want to be a law enforcement organization that people commit lots of crimes, but you solve them. You'd rather not have the crimes committed to begin with. And they've done such a good job by deterring people coming in. And also for the people here illegally, what's another important thing is, if you're here illegally not committing crimes, your incentive to commit a crime is going to be quite low, because you will be deported. Under the Biden administration, you commit a variety of crimes, and not only would you not be deported, you still get all the benefits that American citizens would get in terms of the Biden administration drew no distinction that I'm aware of from illegal aliens and American citizens in terms of the way they were treated. Often illegal aliens were treated, in fact, better than American citizens under the Biden administration.
Jonathan Fahey, former federal prosecutor, ex-deputy assistant of Secretary at Homeland Security, and former acting director of ICE Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, now a partner with the firm Holtzman Vogel. Great to have you on. Thank you very much for joining us, Jonathan.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Folks, the unprecedented conviction of former President Donald Trump has thrown our nation into uncharted territory. Trust me, things are going to get worse before they get better. The political turmoil and uncertainty ahead could have severe consequences for our economy and financial markets. But in times of crisis, there's always opportunity. Right now, I see that opportunity in gold. As political tensions rise and the dollar's future becomes uncertain, gold has the potential to reach new heights. That's why I trust Advantage Gold. They are the experts in helping Americans safeguard their wealth with precious metals. Call them today at 800-900-8000 to get their free 2024 gold and silver kit, plus a special Jason Hansen discount with up to $1,300 if you qualify. While the future is certainly unpredictable, your financial security doesn't have to be. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your discount and bonus. Again, 800-900-8000. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Good Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 28th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump now back at the White House for 1 week. House Republicans gathering at his golf course in Doral, Florida, for their annual policy retreat. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
President Trump told House Republicans at his golf club in Doral, Florida, about the orders he signed, the actions he's taken so far, but said when it comes to the border, they're going to need more money.
And the U.S. remembering perhaps one of its scariest national disasters today. Fox's Evan Brown has more on that.
School children spent the morning of January 28, 1986, huddled around televisions in classrooms. The excitement built to watch a school teacher take a ride aboard a space shuttle. New Hampshire's Krista McAuliffe had caught the imagination of the country, but disaster struck with all eyes on it.
Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction.
Space Shuttle Challenger exploded 73 seconds after launch. Investigations and remedies would put the U.S. space program on pause for nearly 3 years. NASA marks 3 major disasters at this time of year. In addition to Challenger, Space Shuttle Columbia disintegrated February 1st, 2003, and the deadly Apollo 1 fire killed 3 storied astronauts in January 1967. Evan Brown, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner. It's the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Monday's big news, thanks to the Chinese AI effort DeepSeek, which hit the market with an AI model that says competes with U.S. efforts, but was much less costly to develop. As a result, the tech-heavy NASDAQ plummeted, dropping 612 points, wiping out all of that index's gains so far this year. AI darling NVIDIA lost $600 billion of its value. That's about 17%, a record single-day drop for a U.S. company. And with that decline, NVIDIA's market value slipped below $3 trillion, but it still ranks as the third largest U.S. company by market cap, behind only Apple and Microsoft. Overall, the Dow was up 289, the S&P 500 lost 89. Meta did close at an all-time record high. Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla all report earnings tomorrow, Apple on Thursday. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The week began with a tech sell-off that set our S&P and NASDAQ lower, but the ripple effects were global. Japanese and European markets reacted as well when chipmakers NVIDIA and Broadcom were the stocks most impacted by a Chinese-based AI company called DeepSeek. It knocked ChatGPT off as the #1 free download on the Apple App Store. The large language model is apparently faster and more accurate and was built with far less money. Eric Jackson, EMJ Capital founder and president, told Fox Business.
What they're saying is they've developed this LLM in 2 years from nothing, and it only costs them $5.5 million. When we've got the OpenAIs of the world and all the biggest American players, raising billions and billions of dollars.
He says the surprised reaction makes sense, though, that this is a big deal. But he says the U.S. has the money and brainpower to grapple with this shock to the system. Others like Steve Moore, a former economic advisor to President Trump, are more skeptical.
I happen to think that this is a lot of hype. I think there's a bit of, fake news here with respect to the Chinese catching up with us. I'm going to continue to bet on American technology companies. I love NVIDIA. I love what Apple and Google are doing.
The question is, how good can it be, though, if this AI tool won't give us the truth?
Our reporters have done some queries here of DeepSeek, asking what happened during the 1989 Tiananmen Square protest. DeepSeek, sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. Is Xi Jinping a good leader? Sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. Tell me about the Uyghurs. Same response.
Fox News anchor John Roberts asked former Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Strategy and Communications in the first Trump administration, Cliff Sims, for his reaction.
It's pretty obvious that the scope of
DeepSeek R1 is whatever Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party wants it to be. And so it's a little disconcerting that this is the #1 app in the free app store right now, because you see this is not a reliable place to get any meaningful information.
Still, he, like others, note we have to pay attention to the claims that this AI tool was made so cheaply, using so much less computing power, and yet can do so much.
Well, this is a major development by China. They're actually showing that they can, in fact, keep up with the United States in terms of advanced AI systems and computational capacity.
Adam Thier is a senior fellow for the Technology and Innovation team at the R Street Institute.
While China has been viewed as being behind in the so-called global AI race, DeepSeek shows that there's not going to be any way for America to probably stop China from pushing ahead and racing alongside us in this technological battle. What we're going to need to do now is to make sure that the United States and all of our skilled AI developers can continue to push out our own technological frontier with new and better systems to keep us ahead of China and new things like DeepSeek.
Are we trying to figure out how this works so much faster while using so much less computing power? Like what specifically is it about R1 that has everybody sort of in a tizzy?
There's still a lot we don't know about how the Chinese did this. But there's a certain irony associated with DeepSeek, because we know that the Chinese lack the same level of computational capacity that the United States has. And so they had to essentially rely on cobbling together in a decentralized way various types of chips and computing systems and applications and programs to make something as powerful as DeepSeek. But by all accounts, they've done it. They've shown that, once again, a decentralized approach and an open, so-called open source approach to software innovation can yield great benefits at low cost. And so that's a bit ironic, because when you think about China, you don't always think about decentralization.
Right.
But there is the irony that I'm getting at here is that there is a little bit of Chinese centralization associated with this. We know because DeepSeek reflects Chinese values, and specifically in terms of having censorship sort of embedded by design within the program. So that's certainly a delicious irony of DeepSeek.
Everybody's also sort of in a bit of an uproar over Mark Andreessen's reaction to all of this. And I wonder, he's a very well-known name in the tech world. He co-founded Netscape. He is lavishing praise on R1, and he's saying DeepSeek R1 is AI's Sputnik moment. That seems like a very grand thing to say, and it could prompt a lot of reflection about the moment. Do you feel the same?
Well, it's not just Mark Andreessen who's saying that DeepSeek represents a Sputnik moment for the U.S. with a foreign adversary racing ahead. There are many others who are saying that as well. It does feel like a real wake-up call for the U.S. because a lot of us thought that after the launch of ChatGPT that we had the Sputnik moment here in the U.S. this time. We were the one surprising the rest of the world, and specifically our biggest adversary, in this case, China. But now we see that there's been some catching up, and that's the wake-up call. It's not necessarily that the Chinese have raced ahead of us technologically. The United States still has the most powerful computational systems on the planet, and certainly some of, if not the most innovative AI firms. But we're not the only ones. And so I think even though it might be a bit of an overstatement to call it a Sputnik moment, the reality is that it certainly serves as an important wake-up call, especially to policymakers who have unfortunately spent the last 2 years spending most of their time worried about worst-case scenarios about AI or dystopian narratives about AI and robotics. And now they're going to have to shift their focus. It's a time for choosing, if you will. Are we going to focus on all the potential downsides of AI, or are we going to talk about the importance of AI to our nation and to our geopolitical competitiveness and security?
Well, to be fair, some of those doubters have said that the downsides to AI are like the end of humanity. So it seems like that we're having a very dire conversation, which kind of leads me to my other question. One of the guys that runs the Center for Humane Technology was on Fox News a few weeks ago, and he was questioning sort of why we need to be first on AI. Like maybe we should worry or grapple more with accuracy or ethics issues, or like what is the importance of dominating here in AI and either being first or best or both?
The importance of making sure that America is out ahead on AI is not just about boosting our global competitiveness or innovation outcomes, but it's also about ensuring that American values continue to lead the world. Values like pluralism, liberty, democracy, free speech, civil rights. Technological strength has cultural ramifications globally. And if our AI systems aren't world leaders, then China's could be. And the Chinese values here are decidedly different. Again, DeepSeek has direct embedded CCP and censorship and values baked into it. And they are aggressively pushing their digital systems across the globe now. And their digital systems are based on restricting free speech, restricting civil liberties, and engaging in surveillance and control. And so, again, technological strength has cultural importance. One good example of that is think about in the old days how America's film industry, Hollywood, was able to be globally dominant and then help us spread America's values and vision across the globe. Not everybody liked that, of course, but some of us happen to believe it was a lot better that we were spreading those values than, say, the Soviet Union was through their entertainment systems. And so the question is now in the AI world, whose systems will lead? And I still hope that it's America.
What do you think of the skepticism about R1? I was reading a post that said, for example, like hold on, DeepSeek is relying on older NVIDIA chips, so let's not get too carried away. And they say that they built it so cheaply, but they're questioning really if it took that little amount of money to create it. Do we know the answers to some of the skepticism?
No, the skeptics have very fair questions. We don't know all the facts. This is, by nature of the game, part of the secrecy problems and lack of transparency we have with China and specifically the Chinese Communist Party. We don't exactly know. But the bottom line is we can test the results in the real world because this is an open source system. This is a system that's out there that can be evaluated. And utilizing some of the same metrics we use to evaluate today's high-powered American systems, we can realize that cobbling together, however they did it, through off-the-shelf hardware and software, a system called DeepSeek, they've been able to create a world-class AI model. That in and of itself is really important. The fact that they did this, again, in a very decentralized and low-cost way. That is the story here. So if the critics are skeptical about how the Chinese did it, that's fine. But we shouldn't just turn a blind eye to the fact that they did something important here.
They did it.
And there's a reason some people are calling it a Sputnik moment.
Just a couple more for you. What is the competitive solution here? You touched on it, but talk to me a little bit more about what we do now, because it seems like our solution so far, for example, like export controls on chips, that maybe that doesn't matter. So where do we go from here?
Well, export controls might still have their place, but they can probably only buy us so much time. And there's probably no way to completely hold back what the Chinese are trying to do with regards to advanced computation. We can slow it a bit, but I think it's a fool's errand to believe that we can stop it entirely. But it really refocuses the conversation in the United States around what we can do as a nation ourselves internally to try to boost our own competitiveness and find ways to stay on the cutting edge of the technology frontier. And so we saw a little bit of this last week with President Trump announcing this new $500 billion investment in the so-called Stargate AI venture with OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle last week. That's a big deal. I mean, that's a lot of money. $500 billion is an astonishing amount of money. And there have been many, many other companies besides those three that have committed huge amounts of money, tens of billions of dollars, to building out data centers, digital capacity, and various types of hardware and software solutions to answer this challenge. And then, of course, our government itself has been making some investments, but of course, those pale in comparison to the private sector investments that are being made to try to build out frontier AI systems. So that's got to be our solution. That's got to be our answer. But we do need to do something important. We need to connect this back to public policy, because there's still a lot of policies pending in the United States that would attempt to greatly restrict AI systems and computational systems and limit their power in various ways. So we're going to have to make a choice as a nation. Do we want to continue to have the kind of vision that we had for the internet that allowed us to become leaders globally in the digital revolution? Or do we want to become like Europe and like bottle up those capacities and end up hollowing out our technology base and having nothing to show for our efforts? I really hope we do not choose that latter path and become like Europe. We need to take the old internet model, double down on it, and expand it with even more money and a better policy framework for the AI future. And, you know, ideas have consequences, and bad policies have particularly bad consequences. So we got to get our policies right, we got to get our investments right, and we got to look forward and figure out how to meet this challenge.
Adam Thierer, Senior Fellow for the Technology and Innovation Team at the R Street Institute. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends.
It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most, happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
News. I'm Sue Guzman. Another flurry of executive orders set in motion by President Trump Monday. This one including one that restores service members kicked out for refusing COVID-19 vaccines during the pandemic.
Thousands of service members will be reinstated to their prior rank and receive back pay and benefits. More than 8,000 troops were discharged between 2021 and 2023 over their vaccine status.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Another order removes DEI from the military. Another directs the defense secretary to revise the Pentagon's policy on transgender troops. President Trump Monday said Microsoft was in talks to acquire TikTok shortly after the social media app went dark last week. He also says he'd like to see a bidding war over the popular platform. President says he is speaking with several parties about a potential acquisition, a decision expected in 30 days. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The drama in Miami continued Monday. After walking out of practice before Miami's game against the Magic, the Heat suspended Jimmy Butler indefinitely, lasting no fewer than 5 games. Butler was reportedly told he would not be in the starting lineup against Orlando, and the 6-time All-Star left shoot-around shortly after, according to the Associated Press. Butler has been suspended twice already this month for a total of 9 games as he looks for a trade out of Miami. He was suspended 7 games in early January for conduct detrimental to the team before receiving a 2-game ban for missing a team flight to Milwaukee last week. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I get so tired.
This is so dumb.
Of the stupid, not even written, the unwritten rules of baseball around things like the Hall of Fame. The unwritten rules of baseball as provided by baseball players over time, that's cool. I like that in sports. I don't care about the unwritten rules of a bunch of writers that are voting in Hall of Famers. And there's too many unwritten rules with this about how they conduct their business. It should be a simple, is this person a Hall of Famer or are they not? And if you fully believe they're a Hall of Famer, you get a yes vote and you get a unanimous selection for Ichiro, for Jeter, for whoever else. But I'm telling you, there's some weird, nerd-level, unwritten rules going on where one person's saying, I can't do it. Don't want this guy to be a unanimous selection. That's what's happening.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Beauty giant Estee Lauder may be due for a makeover. The company says it'll review its portfolio of beauty brands, which could lead to the sale of some of them. Estee Lauder, whose brands include Clinique, Smashbox, Tom Ford, and Aveda, have been losing market share on its home turf to rivals like L'Oreal, as well as beauty upstarts that have been more nimble at navigating social media trends. The world's largest record label and the leader in music streaming have a brand new deal. Universal Music and Spotify came to terms on a multi-year distribution agreement, which reflects changes in Spotify's business model, including new pricing tiers. And if you hit up a Starbucks this week, you may start noticing some changes. The coffee chain is bringing back the milk and sugar bar, something that was scratched during the pandemic, and offering ceramic mugs to those who plan to stay a while. Baristas will also return to the old practice of writing your name on your cup with a Sharpie, a personalized touch that new CEO Brian Nichol hopes brings back the coffeehouse vibe that's been missing in recent years. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injury injured, the choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. That's 800-948-1659.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 28th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker coughing, the chairman of the board. Bill Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Action-packed Tuesday morning. Dawn, how are you?
Good Tuesday morning, as Greg Stocker says, as Greg always says, Tuesday.
Mr. Cough, how you doing?
Sorry about
You
that.
okay?
Sorry about that.
I thought it was a
forgot
sneeze.
my. No,
I
I forgot
bless
my.
you.
I forgot my headphones, and I was just like trying. I was like, oh yeah, we start at 6 a.m.
That's right.
Sorry about that.
We start at 6 a.m.
Sorry about that. My headphones, they're plugged in. We're ready to go. Let's go. I'm ready.
There you go.
Tuesday, let's do this. Come on.
Do it.
A lot of good things lined up this morning, unlike Fox and Friends First, who apparently had nothing to talk about, so they interviewed Steve Ducey for 8 minutes, who's coming up at 6 o'clock on his own show. But don't worry, folks. We've got more than the television shows have to offer. I love today's stories. I love the amount of different variety that we have on the show, from a big take on MAGA culture this morning. Not so much specifically about Trump, but what the MAGA movement has done is it's kind of permeated, it's invaded culture, comedy, colleges, combat sports. We'll talk about that this morning from a variety of different sources that have been writing about the MAGA movement and its rise in popularity. Also, this morning, the 76ers are mum on the football team's success because, well, the owner kind of has his hands in two different pots. We'll talk about that a little bit this morning.
Where does he have his hands?
His hand in two different pots.
Are we making a big deal out of nothing here?
I'm going to make a big deal about everything.
No. I mean, I don't mean you. I mean, okay, so the Sixers didn't congratulate the Eagles?
Yep. And Trump also did not congratulate the Eagles.
Well, okay then.
So I will be the only man in this format from coast to coast, day part to day part, to call him out.
Uh-oh.
The only guy in the format. The only one.
And I'm
Why?
going to be
because I need content.
And I'm going to be the one who, when he never defends him, is going to defend him on this.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
It's a role reversal Tuesday. How about that?
It's a freaky Tuesday.
We're getting a little kinky on a Tuesday,
Yeah,
folks.
baby.
Bruno's not even here for another 27 hours.
Yeah.
Plus, also, speaking of culture, Snoop Dogg, hip-hop, and rappers that are jumping on the MAGA movement. Is it merely for a payday? Probably, but we'll talk about it. Plus, also this morning, a lot of great stories, I'm telling you.
Oh, my gosh.
The media coverage disparity on pardons between Joe Biden and his pardons versus Donald Trump. We will give you the data, the statistics, to show the probably not surprising disparity in media coverage. And also, I said yesterday, between Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and Bobby Kennedy, I think Bobby's got the toughest road. In fact, it's so bad for Bobby Kennedy that there are now fake doctors out there that are advocating against him. Fake doctors. Doctors that technically don't even exist. Yeah. Like voters. Wow. All right, so, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff. Cut sheet at 7:45 and a whole bunch more. So it'll be a fun one this morning. But let's get to the news. Round number one right off the top here at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Tuesday morning, January 28th. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. 32 degrees will tell you when some snow squalls may be coming your way. So as we're sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning, there is so much going on and keeping Philadelphia police busy. We'll get to all of that. But we do have in the city of Philadelphia a shooting inside a ballroom. That's the latest from Philadelphia police, as they say that this shooting inside a Philadelphia ballroom has left one man dead, two others injured after the gunfire erupted. That's the way they're saying this. Gunfire erupted in a ballroom in Philadelphia's Frankfurt section. So it happened late last night, 4600 block of Frankfurt Ave, right near Arrett Transportation Center on Oxford Ave. Investigators say dozens of bullets struck the windows, the doors, the walls, basically painting the walls inside this building, which houses several businesses, including a bar, a recording studio, as well as a hair salon. So police say all of the shots were fired inside that first floor ballroom area. At least two weapons were used, they say, including one that they believe is a high-powered rifle.
Wow. This reminds me of the scene from Ghostbusters when they destroy the ballroom trying to get Slimer. Gonna be a long day, folks. I just dropped a 1984 movie reference on you.
Who are you going to call?
Yeah. What are you, some sort of cosmonaut? No, I'm an exterminator. You going up? I'll get the next one.
Oh, my God. Wow. 40 shell casing.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, that's it. I just threw in the promo for the week. We're good.
6:05, and we're done.
6:05, and somebody please
Shoot
give
us.
Greg
Oh, sorry.
give Greg a sponsor.
Stalker
that
wishes he
does
was
edibles.
Stalker wishes he was in that
Man.
ballroom last night.
Man,
Woo.
just freewheel. Whatever Dawn says, you can comment on. It's all good.
Yeah,
I
and
love
that's
it.
and that's the comment we get.
That's the comment you get. You
We're
can't even enjoy a nice outing in a ballroom, right?
Right, we're seeing the imagery. He painted the imagery inside his brain.
Mm-hmm.
What a
So
scary
there it
place that
is. So they say that the first responders rushing two men in their early 30s to the hospital in critical condition. These guys were shot multiple times in the lower parts of their bodies. They are expected to survive. Again, a tribute to our amazing, basically, combat. I think the doctors are like combat veterans in many ways. Are on a combat zone.
The police are like EMS these days.
Yeah.
They work for two different organizations, technically.
And to your point, I don't know if when the police got there, did they just rush them to the hospital?
Well, I was
Because
going to
we've
ask
talked
you.
about
Yeah,
that.
was the ballroom being occupied for like a gathering?
It sounds like it.
Oh boy.
Yes. So maybe it's a miracle that only 3 people were shot.
Sure.
So, but the third person, tragically, they were rushed to the hospital, pronounced at the hospital later. So they're not identifying any of these victims, especially the one who had passed away. So we have a lot of news, and some of it I can report, some of it not fully confirmed. As far as the fallout from the Eagles celebration, it's a great thing that we are the NFC championship team. Mayor Parker had spoken out about that we want to celebrate our Eagles in the NFC championship. But, the violence that happened, in all, at least 4 police officers, by my count, at least 4 police officers were injured on Sunday. And this was because of direct attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So Philadelphia police releasing this list of these major incidents, all of them under investigation following the celebration in the streets on Sunday night. So they include shootings, a stabbing, the assaults on police, a crash involving pedestrians, which I'll talk about that in a moment, and vandalism. So we know that at least 2 people were shot during that celebration. That from police, a potential third shooting scene is now under investigation. We have all of that going on. We have a Narberth woman who is accused of driving her Mercedes SUV through a crowd of celebrating Eagles fans after the team's NFC Championship victory Sunday night, injuring, police say, at least 8 people in one of several dangerous incidents that came amid all of the revelry, all of the excitement.
We're playing the video. Oh, wow. Oh, my
So
Lord.
She mowed through that whole group.
Yeah, we're
Look at
playing the
that.
video right now on YouTube.
Let's if we can re-rack that. I mean,
YouTube.com/that's-hope10.
If you think of your kid's science experiment where you put the oil in the water and then you drop a drop of like Dawn dish liquid and how it just goes to the sides.
Yeah.
That's literally what you see here.
What's the injury count there?
8.
Wow.
At least 8.
Oh, here's the other
You can see
angle.
the people going down. So we have, thank you, Phil, so multiple angles of this, but it's incredible to watch it.
It's also, I think, worth pointing out, too, because I've seen some of these other videos. There's a video out there of Eagles fans harassing Commander fans, and then they yank off his the one fan has like a Commander's winter cap on. Not that big of a deal, but don't touch somebody else's property or that's on their head. A lot of these scumbags, these are not Eagle fans that attended the game. These are people that have shown up to, let loose on the city, whether they're youth or adult. It's embarrassing. And not that football in this element really matters, but it's not like we didn't win a Super Bowl 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So act like you've been there before.
Well, that's a good point.
It's not like we're going back to like 1960 now.
I'm not defending this is a female driver, Dawn?
Yes, so she's under arrest. 31 people, by the way, handed citations.
Yep.
30 adults, 1 juvenile, and multiple arrests. But in this case, she is a Narberth resident, so she is from here. She's identified by police as 26-year-old Rebecca DeShields. And we don't know. Now, there was one report that she sped right as, remember when we aired it yesterday, you aired it yesterday when the gunshots were going off. People were just firing.
Yes.
So this happened when she speeds up.
She
right
heard the
as somebody.
gunshot.
That's what some people are saying, that she freaked out because the gunshots were going off as she floors it.
I'm not defending this woman, so do not take it that I'm defending this woman. But we say all the time, if you're going to block traffic like that and I'm sure there were people jumping up and, smacking her car and all that nonsense. If you're going to do nonsense like that, then be prepared that somebody might floor it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They're in a car, you're not.
Yeah.
So act accordingly.
Yeah. Although, I mean, when you watch the speed in which she's moving, I mean, if you didn't know the circumstances, the venue, the setting, or the motives, does that look any different than the guy that zoomed down the alleyway in New Orleans?
Yes, it does. And
Does
I have
it?
to tell you why. Because, guys, I'm telling you, if I'm driving or I'm trying to navigate my way through that and I hear gunshots, I don't know where they're coming from.
True.
You're damn right I'm flooring it.
True.
You're damn right I'm flooring it.
Yeah.
People in front of me be damned.
Yeah, fair point.
That might be an unpopular opinion.
Yeah.
I don't wish harm on people, but,
Reasonable person standard, right?
Exactly.
What would a reasonable
Exactly.
person do in the same
Thank you.
situation?
Yeah.
Well, this individual, she is facing multiple counts of aggravated assault, assault by vehicle, related crimes, according to Philadelphia police. So I know they're still investigating, and we'll continue to follow that one for you. Nick, you had mentioned the police being assaulted, and I'll just mention the arrest. One assailant identified as 44-year-old Eugene Dennis. He is from Media. Charged with aggravated assault and related crimes, accused of, assaulting an officer. And then there's another person who is accused of attacking an officer on Patterson Ave. And that attack was, according to police, by 32-year-old Jose Moya. He's from California, Soquel, California, and he's now charged with aggravated assault. So to your point about people not being from here, none of the people that I'm seeing arrested were actually Philadelphia residents, and in the case of the California man who's under arrest and accused of police assault, that one would make your case.
Yep. Okay.
So we have all of that going on. Tragically, going viral and making international news, by the way, was the story of all of these people, of course, as usual, climbing the greased poles, jumping from the poles, trying to fly from the flags on the poles, or even doing a backflip off of a huge truck or structure. I don't know. I don't have it confirmed, but the report is that one of those young men who fell to the ground is in critical condition, maybe even worse, life-threatening injuries. And so we're hearing a lot. I don't have it officially confirmed, and because I possibly identify who they are, but this is something
see
that
the
has
video?
gone viral.
Yeah, I did. Well, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right?
Phil, I just texted it to you. I don't know. Do you guys want to...
I mean, Sergeant Mark Fu was one of those, but then somebody else said it was somebody who fell off a pole.
Yeah.
So there's a lot.
Well, I mean, the guy who does a backflip, you can tell is
clearly injured.
Very injured. I mean, he does the backflip and he's not moving afterwards.
Because he goes right down to the concrete.
Yeah.
And it appears he hits his head and then he's unconscious.
Yeah.
I mean, guys,
my
what
gosh.
are we doing? It's a football game, okay? I love football as much as the next guy, but what are we doing? It's just a reason for people to act like a-holes and idiots. Stop.
This is, and I hate to be prisoner of the moment because I hate when you highlight one thing and you say, well, this is a common occurrence. It's not a common occurrence. This is why I have no interest in going to big sporting events or taking my daughters. I'll sit at home with my 70-inch TV, with my DVR, my toilet, and my drink, and I don't need to deal with it. I'm not doing it.
Boy, the descriptions this morning,
You like
Kayal,
that,
they're just off the charts good.
The common folk.
Yeah. I mean, it's
I'm not paying $15 for a beer, waiting 9 minutes to take a you-know-what. I'm not, and watching this nut job think he's in ECW. No.
I mean, if you're going to do this, I mean, I don't know, but maybe he had a few drinks and is not in the right state of mind.
Yeah.
We've all done stupid things when we've been under the influence.
I tried to ride a hoverboard one time in a parking lot after I had a couple of beers. It didn't work out well.
I'm not saying this guy was, but
Right.
I'm just
We have the video?
I don't know. That's right. I think so.
Well, You have it?
I don't know if I want to play it.
I know.
I don't.
I
Yeah,
think
because
you're-
I don't know this person and his face is there. I just feel weird playing something like that. You know what I mean?
But let's just say this: several injuries from some of those, dangerous stunts that the mayor did come out. The police came out, said, "Please don't do that." So we may have an actual tragedy here. Hey, a little bit of Trump. Are you going to do just real quick headlines? Wall Street investor Scott Bessent confirmed as the next Treasury Secretary by the Senate yesterday. Wealthy investor seen as a business-friendly choice, confirmed by a vote of 68 to 29. And that signals, I guess, a degree of bipartisan support for the new Treasury Secretary. So we've got that going on.
Ipso Facto on YouTube says, call me old-fashioned, but climbing poles is not exactly a big deal. It's a hell of a lot better than burning stuff. Agreed. I agree. I don't look.
You're only endangering yourself.
I don't
likelihood.
care what you're. I'm more talking about the person who drove through the crowd.
Oh, okay.
If you hear gunshots, floor it. I'm flooring it. I don't care. I don't care who's in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't care who's in front of me.
That lady in the SUV though, she was more worried about it than the two guys that we watched on film yesterday.
Yeah.
They were like, "Oh yeah, it was gunshots."
Yeah.
Okay, we have to get to the big take, so I'll just say this. Flyers won. President Trump talking about an Iron Dome-like shield for the United States, as well as what emergency order did Trump declare to get the water flowing in California. What happened to Jim Acosta? You got to hear this. There's so much Trump news, so much Jim Acosta news. We got it all going on, but we're going to bring you a little magic first. Our sponsor, Kitchen Magic. Just go to kitchenmagic.com today. Start your worry-free remodeling journey. Local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. Get a little magic. Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17. Let's get to a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by First Bank. The Big Take, culture, combat, and comedy. The MAGA movement toward America. As Dawn said 2 years ago, Donald Trump didn't create the MAGA movement. He answered it. That statement rings true today as the popular vote is in his favor, but it goes well beyond politics. MAGA has become a cultural force. It has permeated its way into culture, combat, comedy, colleges, and competition. The Trump dance, certainly a vibe, a viral sensation, but celebrations are over. Sure, there will be celebrations with policy victories like the immigration numbers at the border, deportations, but the focus is now carrying out the mission statement as we are seeking and now seeing in many respects Trump's second week be in full swing. And look, Trump will come and go. The indelible impressions of 2024 will live on forever in history, museums, and minds. But if this second term goes as well as many hope, it'll be the platform that endures in elections to come, especially for the Republican Party. That is because today's youth is enamored with MAGA, and the next generation is flocking to the Republican Party like we haven't seen. CNN's Harry Enton illustrates just how popular Donald Trump has become compared to his past term and also a prior attempt at re-election. Listen and watch clip 1 of Harry.
Look, the American people really like what they're seeing, at least compared to where Donald Trump started 8 years ago, right? All right, this is Donald Trump's net approval rating. This is Reuters Ipsos. It's among adults. It was taken the first few days of this administration. Look here. Back in January 2017, Donald Trump became the first president in history to start his presidency with a net negative approval rating. Look at where we are now in January 2025. Considerably better at plus 6 points. That's up 9 points. To borrow a Donald Trump phrase, this is big league. This is a sign that the American people, at least initially, like what they're seeing. And so you see right here, more Americans approve of Donald Trump's job than disapprove. And that is very much unlike what we saw 8 years ago.
And it's not that Trump has changed that much. It's that he is viewed to be more spot on with what matters to the everyday voter. Voters' priorities now match and align with his policies, creating this marriage between person and politician. The New York Times with a headline, quote, "When your son goes MAGA," they write, quote, "Some liberal parents face a new unexpected challenge, how to talk to their children who voted for Donald Trump," end quote. You have to love legacy media, as if this is the equivalent of talking to your child who is in prison for committing a major felony or murder. Should actually be the other way around, honestly. How a young adult talks to his or her parent that didn't vote for Trump and can't understand it. Harry Enton of CNN with more data on the rise of MAGA. Listen and watch.
Compare the rating now to the entire first term.
Yeah, so it's not just that he's doing better than where he was doing 8 years ago. It's that he's doing better than he ever did during his entire first administration. So I again looked
He never was over +3?
He was never over +3. The highest rating his highest ever net approval rating was +3 in March of...
Your choice of photo is quite
He likes
amazing.
what he's seeing. He's smirking at the American media.
He just doesn't like you.
Maybe not, although he should like these numbers and the way I'm presenting them. You look at January 2025, look at that. Again, you get +6. So Donald Trump isn't just in a better position than he was 8 years ago at this point. He's in a better position than he was at any point during his entire first term. Things have very much turned around. This is a very different Donald Trump. He's leading a very different administration, the way he's attacking things, and the American public is very much more in line with him than they were at any point during his entire first term.
Never more popular, never more accepted, never more mainstream. And it's quite the college campus 180 from the fall of 2023. Remember the woke, progressive, anti-Semitic, pro-Gaza, Ivy League uproars and protests in October of 2023? Well, times are changing. The Wall Street Journal with a column headline, quote, "The Rise of Young Republicans on America's College Campuses." They write the following, quote, "When Donald Trump was first elected president, universities set out milk and cookies for rattled undergraduates. College students who wore MAGA hats were berated by classmates. This time around, those same hats are eliciting fist bumps and nods. College conservatism hasn't gone mainstream on left-leaning campuses, but the stigma against Republicans is lifting," end quote. I wouldn't even call it college conservatism. To me, it's populism, and it's in popular demand. One last piece on the historical element of Trump's reputation reversal. Listen and watch this.
Take me back in history.
Take you back in history. So it was so interesting to me that Donald Trump's first net approval rating of his second term is higher than his entire first term. And I was interested, has that ever happened? Has the second term net approval rating in the first month, have you ever had a higher rating than any net approval rating during the entire first term? Donald Trump is the only...
I have a really hard time believing this.
This is 100% true. I went back. I love spreadsheets. Donald Trump's is the first guy ever whose net approval rating in the first month of his second term is higher than any rating that he had as an entire first term, Kate Baldwin.
And it's not just with families where parents have sons who now vote for Trump. It's not just in colleges. It's in combat as well. Rolling Stone with a great column headline, quote, "Empire of Blood, How Dana White and UFC Conquered America." They write, "There are two men bleeding in a chain link cage in front of the next president of the United States. A week and a half ago, Donald Trump was elected for his second term, and now he is back home at the center of the world, underneath the lights at Madison Square Garden, watching the greatest gladiators of our time fight in a canvas and steel octagon," end quote. They go on to write about the relationships forged by Trump with Dana White and Joe Rogan. But if you think about it, UFC and their fever pitch fan base, it's American culture personified, is it not? Men love action, drama, violence, type A alphas, competition, theater, and combat. It's why the NFL is so popular. It's why the WWE is so popular. The UFC is actually a microcosm of what men rejected last November in the election. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Doug Emhoff, Chuck Schumer, they don't represent us. The UFC embraces free speech and masculinity, and nobody bought the toxification of what men enjoy. ESPN's Stephen A. Smith told Bill Maher on his HBO show that Trump was able to read the room and the Democrats didn't when it pertains to the heartbeat of Americana. Listen and watch this.
Here's the deal. The man was impeached twice. He was convicted on 34 felony counts. And the American people still said, he's closer to normal than what we see. Exactly. Left. That's what they're saying. He's closer to normal. Why? Because something that pertains, when you talk about the transgender community, for example, and you're talking about the issues that pertain to less than 1% of the population, the Democratic Party came across as if that was a priority more so than the other issues. And so he comes into office. Now you're talking about childbirth, citizenship, and what have you. He knows that's not going to pass the mustard, but he knows that he made that promise. So when he shows up week one on Capitol Hill and he says, this is what we're going to do through an executive order, even though it's going to be shot down through the courts and what have you, he's saying, I kept my promise. A a lot of other things that he's going to point to that he's going to try to do. I kept my promise. Then you turn around and you look at the left and you say, what promises did you keep? Now, you might know the answer to that. I'm certainly not questioning your knowledge about that at all. What I'm saying is what resonated with the voter. What voter out there can look at the Democratic Party at this moment in time and say, there's a voice for us, somebody that speaks for us, that goes up on Capitol Hill and fights the fights that we want them fighting on our behalf. They didn't do that. And that's why their behinds are home, and that man is back into the White House, and they want to sit up there and talk. You look at the networks right now, they're talking about, look at it, this is the latest, look at him, here he goes again. Well, you know what here he goes again means? He's doing what he said he was going to do. He promised you he was going to do these things, and he walked into office week one, and that's exactly what he's doing, and he's saying, y'all do something about it. And when you try to do something about it, he's going to say, look at them now. Now they're concerned about these issues. Were they talking about that during the campaign? Hell no. That's really it. Yeah.
Well, the lesson learned is you can't cater to the fringes or 1% or 7% of America on the campaign trail, lose, and then vilify that mass majority that rejected you. It doesn't work that way. But lastly, another American institution that liberals have fallen out of touch with. thecollegefix.com with a story, headline, "These professors get it. Liberals aren't funny anymore." And that also helped Donald Trump win. They write, the right has become a home for comedians, where there are funnier things to do than to argue with people all day, every day. Quote, it didn't matter if you were Ronald Reagan or Jimmy Carter. Johnny Carson was going to bust on you. His successor, Jay Leno, was also pretty good at that. End quote. They go on to write about how today's shows with Colbert and Kimmel and Fallon, they don't subscribe to that approach. But the truth is, no matter where you look, American institutions have got to come to grips with this. It's called acceptance, just like acceptance from fringe social communities. 9 years later, it's happening for the face, the voice, and the culture of one of America's two major parties, the MAGA movement. You can call it conservative, you can call it populism, call it common sense. Just call it a vibe, almost a decade in the making. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank. If you are ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner, well, First Bank is for you. Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, you can get us on social media as well as the YouTube chat. It's Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Girl, you really got me now. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing. Girl, you really got me now. You got me so I get some bad night. Girl, you really got me now. You got me so I don't know where I'm going, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Kayal and Company, 6:35. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg live here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. And don't forget, coming up on Sunday If you're out in the KOP area and you're into the world of firearms and you're a big Second Amendment individual, you can join me Sunday, February 2nd for the grand opening of King Shooter Supply right out there at 346 East Church Road, KOP. I'll be hanging out from 2 to 4 p.m. Gun store shooting range. They are expanding with additional lanes, now a total of 14 lanes, very accessible parking, and everything great on the inside that you've come to respect and love with this great business. King Shooter Supply, KOP location, coming up this Sunday from 2 to 4. It'll be the beginning of something. There's no doubt about it, because we will eventually, I think, one day get out there for like a Kayal Company range thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're going to send Phil out to do some video.
Yeah.
I think that you need to shoot something.
I do.
You know.
Not myself and not another human being.
No.
Not like a Florida cop removing a firearm from a waistband.
With the with the supervision of one of the great people there at maybe Brian over there at King Shooters.
Yeah.
He can help you.
Yeah, maybe they start off with a paintball gun initially or a water pistol, and I'll work my way up.
It's worth going to King Shooters on Sunday just to see this.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. All right, so let's get to this story. And I was thinking about this yesterday because I was sitting on a couple of stories for a few weeks and then a couple of the last couple of days. And then, Greg, you had this story from the New York Times yesterday that you mentioned in passing with the headline, "When Your Son Goes MAGA."
Yep.
And then I'm looking, and I got this story here from the College Fix about how college professors saying that liberals are not funny and comedians are thriving with the right nowadays. And then you factor in the Wall Street Journal article with young college students trending Republican. I mentioned the UFC and how Trump and UFC culture conquered America. And then I'm reading this New York Times article after you highlighted it yesterday. And I swear to God, this is basically the story of me against my mother-in-law. Except when your son-in-law goes MAGA. It was Kaylee Holterman wrote for the New York Times. I just want to give you like 5 or 6 sentences here. She says, "It's easy for Alex Baer to gush about her son, Eli, whom she describes as a generous and thoughtful college junior. It is much harder for her to talk about his politics. Miss Baer, 59, a Democrat in Portland, Oregon, who voted enthusiastically for Kamala Harris in the November election. She and her ex-husband were appalled that her son Eli, 20, decided to cast his vote in a presidential election this fall for Donald J. Trump. When Eli brought a MAGA hat home from college this summer, Miss Baer threw it into the corner of his bedroom. They argued about guns, immigration, and abortion, struggling to do so without permanently damaging their relationship." Sounds just like me and my mother-in-law. She says, "Facts don't matter to you," in a text message. "I love you, my son. Have a good day." Again, sounds just like my mother-in-law. A few months removed from Trump's victory, the two have arrived at an impasse. She says, "My son's not afraid to say what he thinks. He seems like what he says is coming from him instead of coming from a big cabinet behind you telling you what to say. Although this time around, there's a fresh wrinkle. Young voters as a whole preferred Ms. Harris. Mr. Trump secured a second term in office with the help of an improved performance amongst young men. That has, in some families, exposed a different dynamic. Liberal parents contending with their MAGA sons." Dawn, you don't have to worry about that because it's a unanimous decision in your household.
I'm a MAGA mom.
You're a MAGA mom. But have you ever had like one of your besties call you upset, crying on the phone, and you're like, "What's wrong?" "Oh, please tell me so-and-so doesn't have cancer. It's not COVID. He didn't join ISIS, did he?" And then they say, "No, Dawn, my son went MAGA." He didn't go to Jared. He went to MAGA. I don't understand. I think what's really fascinating is that people, you always hear this term. It's like a psychological counseling term. I hear this all the time. Let me process. I need to process. Like, what are you, an IBM from 1997? What are you processing? These people still can't understand why they lost, but more importantly, maybe accepting the fact that some people just like Trump and they're liking him in waves that we've never seen before. That's why I wanted to play those 3 clips from Harry Enton. Never has a president in his first month of his second term had such a positive net swing compared to any point in his first term. I don't understand really, and I know I bring up my mother-in-law. We do have a great relationship, believe it or not. But it's just amazing that some people can't understand why you vote for the other side. Like they might have even been okay with you being a Bush guy back in the day, but they can't understand this.
I'll be honest with you. If anybody calls me and they're upset about politics when, let's say they, because I have some girlfriends and relatives who are very liberal, very progressive. And so I just listen and I say, you're right. And they say what they're going to say, because when somebody calls me and they're emotional like that, that tells me it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with whatever they're, like you said, the word processing, they're going through something. So I'm just going to focus on being supportive and loving and supporting them. But they're not having a conversation about politics. The reason we support Trump is because we look at what he's doing and he gets results and he gets it and he doesn't play around with all this nonsense. And, with this DEI, I thought about this. Remember we talked about DEI and how Bill Maher, I think, was one of the first people on a national stage, a Democrat, to say, what's going on with all of this? Because how do you explain that there are kids in certain parts of the country, California, the left coast, or the East Coast, and they're the ones going through all of this stuff with identity, but then kids in certain parts of the middle of the country, nobody's dealing with it. How do you explain those stats?
It's cultural.
And so I wondered yesterday, I was driving home, I thought, you know what? I wonder now how this makes a cultural shift. And does all of this, putting this front stage, does it change the fact that these kids won't feel like they have to do this to be accepted? Because that's what I feel like. I feel like they were doing it to be seen and to be accepted.
By the way, if you hear any vibration, no, it's not my phone on silent. They're doing the construction. I can hear it in my ears, but if you guys hear it on the air, just
Can we not do construction at 6:42 in the morning?
I know, in the dark.
When there are morning drive radio stations or radio shows that are going on.
Did anybody else hear that, or is that just me?
I'm hearing it.
That make the bulk of the money for most radio stations. Can we stop right now, please? Thank you.
Just wanted to let everybody know. So, no, it's not
you know
my
what
phone.
It reminds me of? This one reporter that I used to work with, I'll say her first name is C, and she was a real pain and diva to work with.
She was a real C?
Real T?
So they were going on some trip, some special assignment. So her photographer slips a little something in her carry-on bag that might sound like that. So that when she goes through...
That's not mine.
What? I've never seen that before. And of course, she's a television person, so... Yeah, TSA had fun with that one.
There you go. All right, so you say, we gravitate towards Trump because he gets things done. He doesn't mess around. I agree, he gets things done, but I would disagree. He does mess around, and he does get caught up in a lot of stuff that really doesn't matter. But if you have success and you get results, you get more rope from your base. Point in case, we got to get to the Inquirer story. Now, I believe, Dawn, you might have talked about this late in your show yesterday. Philadelphia Inquirer headline, Trump congratulates the Chiefs for reaching the Super Bowl, but not the Eagles. He says on Truth Social, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. What a great team, coach, quarterback, and virtually everything else, including those fantastic fans that voted for me, MAGA, in record numbers, Trump wrote on Truth Social. Likewise, congratulating the losers, the Buffalo Bills, on a tremendous season. They do a lot of winning long into the future. As we know, the Eagles and Chiefs will play on February 9th. So he omitted not only the Eagles, but also the Washington Commanders. And we mentioned this yesterday. I think this was in our interview with Harry Mays at 9:30 when we were talking about the NFC Championship, that in 2018, so it was the 2017 season, 2018 Super Bowl, the Eagles won. They did not attend the White House. Trump tweeted in June of 2018, obviously prior to his official Twitter suspension back in the day now. Unfortunately, only a small number of players decided to come, and we canceled the event. Staying in the locker room for the playing of our national anthem is as disrespectful to our country as kneeling. Sorry. Okay, so I find myself in the unique position of being a Trump voter and an Eagles fan. And I don't like this response. Now, I will say, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter politically. I'm being petty here. I totally understand it. But as an Eagle fan, I'm like, all right, come on, man. I mean, let's think about this. And I jotted down a few things. So they didn't go in 2018. Jeffrey Lurie, the owner, I assume, although I've never 100% been told, is a liberal, but based on public sentiment for supporting politicians, I think it's safe to say he's a liberal. And yes, Dawn, you've given the stats in Philadelphia. It's about a 7-1 Democrat versus Republican voter registration ratio. But that said, I would actually think that there's a lot of players on this Eagles roster compared to if Trump is being honest about there was only a few people that were willing to come 7 years ago. That roster is completely turned over. There might be like 4 or 5 players from that championship team of 7 years ago. I'm going to guess that Lane Johnson is a Trump guy. No idea. If he's not, I apologize. Landon Dickerson, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, a lot of guys that grew up in the Southeast that played in Alabama or Georgia, I think probably voted for Trump. But then with Eagles fans, and this is, I think, the bullet point that I think carries the most weight. Forget the city of Philadelphia. You have Eagles fans all over the state of Pennsylvania. But let's just keep it to our listening area. And we go out to the burbs, Bucks County, Delco, Chester, Montgomery County. Every Sunday morning, and this is not breaking news, but you go out to the grocery store to get your groceries done on a Sunday morning before the birds, all you see is Birds apparel. I would think maybe, and maybe I'm being modest here, 45% of Eagle fans might be Trump supporters.
Easily.
Yeah. So I don't understand the omitting the Eagles because 7 years ago, a different group of players were probably like, Trump's more popular now. Trump wasn't popular back then.
It's not like he mentioned, as
but
far
it was
as
the
Kansas,
snub.
Yeah, but he didn't mention the Eagles. He's allowed. What if it
Oh,
were
of course
a
he's
different?
allowed.
What if it's basketball? What if it's baseball? What if you know what I mean? So what? I don't really care. I think that he has gotten to know some of the people from the Chiefs, and I think.
Well, I think Mahomes might even be a Trump supporter.
I'm not going to speak for Andy Reid, but
Reid definitely is.
Mormon,
Definitely.
Utah, I know.
At very minimum, he's
Tammy.
conservative. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
he
of
loves
course.
it, Trump, but yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, and their wives, by the way.
Right. Brittany Mahomes
So-
has publicly come out on
Yeah.
Instagram and been a Trump supporter.
So
to the flack of many.
So he's gotten to know them. That's
yeah.
fine. Just like with Robert Kraft, who was a supporter,
Yes.
Tom Brady.
He
I mean,
always, yes.
who cares? I don't
Okay.
care. He's allowed to like who he likes.
That organization, the Eagles organization, stiffed him last time. So why would he congratulate him again? It makes zero sense. It's like F you.
Little petty?
I'm
You don't-
going.
Not a little petty?
I'm going. Who cares?
Okay.
He's petty.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's hitting me differently because, I'm
It
an Eagles
is.
fan. Yeah. A little bothered by it. I mean,
No,
it's not the end of the world. I'm
I
not
know.
trying to make it out to be massive, but
Come
on, man.
I'm just saying that it's not this. They drew a line in the sand last time. That organization did. So he's like, F him.
So let's flip it around.
Now here's what I will say though, as I recall, weren't they sending Nick Foles was going to go with like 10 Eagles at the time.
That's what I thought too. Now, granted, I was in Tennessee. I just moved to Tennessee when this happened.
And so the other players were going to have like this optional day or whatever.
Yeah.
And then because the news was breaking, they just said, "Nah, forget about it."
All right.
What
happens this time around? Let's say the Eagles beat the Chiefs in 2 weeks. They get the official invitation, and Trump and Caroline Leavitt, whoever else is involved in this process, extends the invitation. We need a head count, and let's say out of the 53-man roster, 34 Eagles say, "Yeah, we're in." 19 say, "No, thanks, I'll pass." Does Trump extend the invitation?
Yeah.
Do the Eagles
different
go?
day. I think it's a different day.
I do too. I think this time around, if they are afforded the opportunity to go, I think they will go. Now, it doesn't mean that Lurie's going to go. Doesn't mean that maybe Howie Roseman will go. I don't know what Howie's political, affiliation is. But I would think maybe 60, 65% minimum Eagles players would go. I think Nick Sirianni would go.
Yeah.
I really do.
Because it's still cool. You meet the president. You're in the Oval Office.
Well, and
you're in
that's
the
the
White
thing.
House. It's cool.
I mean, let's just say I was in the NFL, and you knew my views on Kamala and Joe, and I won the Super Bowl for the sake of getting to do something historical, and then also the respect for the office and the country and the position in which it entails. I'm not saying it's your obligation to go.
Yeah.
You can certainly decide to pass. I'm all for free speech, and rejecting an invitation, you could say, is a form of free speech. But man, you guys got to go in 2016 after Trump got elected in 2017. Is that one of the coolest things you've ever done in your life?
Yes. Yeah, it was very cool being there.
It was an honor.
Let me just say
you can hate politicians,
yes.
but still respect the sanctity of walking in that building.
Agreed. We all, all got our picture taken, and basically, I told everybody, I don't care what your politics are, just being in that room with whoever the president is an honor. Mm-hmm. You said something yesterday, Nick, that I think hit the nail on the head, and it kind of goes back to your big take. I think this time around, the Trump factor is cooler than it was in 2018.
1,000%.
And the fact that UFC has embraced it, Dana White, all the quote-unquote bro podcasts and all that stuff, I think it's a different day, and I think the Eagles will, 90% of them will go.
Okay.
Yes.
If they win.
Okay.
If they win. Now, if the Chiefs win, which Road Warrior brings up on the YouTube chat, he goes, Road Warrior says that Trump is just backing the winner of the Super Bowl.
Could very well be.
Will Travis Kelce go? Will Taylor let him go?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah.
That is a great question.
Yeah.
Well, it
Who
depends.
cares? We're not going to know because they're going to lose because they're losers.
Yeah, that's not even a plausible outcome. Tell them, Stensland. We're not tolerating this. Take the Eagles on the money line. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. And then just lastly, to put a bow on this for about 90 seconds, I just checked the Philadelphia 76ers Twitter feed. I mentioned this. So Josh Harris, and I totally forgot about this because the Sixers are just, off my radar. Josh Harris owns the Sixers, but also owns the Washington Commanders.
Yes. And by the way, let me just say this, Nick. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
But did a great job with the Washington Commanders from last season
to
this season. Huge quick turnaround. Even though they got destroyed
Yeah.
by the Philadelphia Eagles,
Yes.
that team is far beyond better than it was last season.
No doubt about it. And I understand all of these teams in this city are fighting for your revenue and entertainment dollars that you have at your disposable income to go out for a sporting event. But you can't. I just checked the Sixers Twitter before the show started. They are completely silent the last 2 days on anything Eagles related. The Flyers tweeted out congratulations. The Phillies tweeted out congratulations. The Wings congratulated them. Some team in the PLL. I don't even know what the PLL is. Professional lingerie league. I have no idea what it stands for. A little petty when you're an owner of one of the 4 major franchises here in the city, and they just beat you because you're in another market owning a second franchise. I don't know. A little.
Maybe the social media team of the 76ers was asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you think Josh Harris honestly send an edict, say, we will not congratulate the Eagles? Do you really think that happened?
I've worked, when I was in Nashville, we had the flagship for the hockey team.
Yeah.
And the amount of things that were off limits, some of these very, very thin-skinned, petty owners. I don't know Josh Harris, never had a relationship with him, but, come on, man. Bad look. I'm just saying. A little city unity here, huh? 855-839-1210. All right, enough sports. Let's come back. We'll get to the news. And then John Fetterman on The View yesterday getting into the muck when it comes to the Alvin Bragg case. And Fetterman and Hostin go one-on-one because she can't understand John Fetterman's shift to the right. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is on the way.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock. Hour number 2 on a Tuesday morning, January 28th. Hopefully we survive this heat wave of 36 degrees this early. Sun's not even up. I'm sweating. Can we go back to 7-degree days? I miss those days. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheets coming up 7:45 this morning. And also on Friday, in addition to our normal routine this week of Tony Bruno tomorrow, Sean Farish on Friday, we have another guest that's going to be joining us for a little extended stay.
Nice.
Dare I say the name publicly, or should I tease the people for the next couple of days?
No, you can say it.
Joe Conklin is going to join us.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Joe Conklin coming on Kayal and Company for his second appearance in 2 months.
That's right. And Conklin will join us, and then Farish will join us.
Oh, my God. Heads might explode.
Many voices.
Many voices. Sometimes the voices inside your head. Sometimes the voices from a microphone.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss us this Friday. The show is definitely going to go off the rails.
That's right. It's basically I'll do the big take, and then I'm going to put my feet up and laugh for the next 3 hours. That's the way it's going to be. Joe Conklin, Sean Farish, looking forward to that. 855-839-1210. But let's get to the news, round number 2 at 7:02. There's a lot going on in the city, as there usually is. And for that, we give you the great Don Stenzel.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, 7 a.m. edition, this Tuesday morning, January 28th. We are sponsored this morning by Meineke. We've talked a lot this morning about the fallout following the huge Eagles celebrations on Sunday. We have 4 police officers injured. We have multiple people who were shot, who died, and some may be in critical condition, life-threatening injuries to some of those who were celebrating a little bit too much, especially if they were jumping off of things like flags on poles or off of higher stages. So we're following all of that for you. It looks like none of the injuries that officers, law enforcement suffered, a lot of those officers were in riot gear. They had their black helmets, their shields on, but still suffered injuries because some of them were directly assaulted, even with bottles, things of that nature, assaulted in the head and the face. And so wishing them well. But the mayor had come out quite strongly, Mayor Parker, saying, hey, it's great that we all celebrate together, but you must celebrate responsibly. And we've been following that for you as those images have gone viral. We've also talked about the investigation by Philadelphia police this morning about a shooting inside that Frankfurt lounge, leaving 1 man dead, 2 others injured, very seriously injured with gunshot wounds, a shootout inside a banquet hall. So we've been talking about that this morning as well and trying to get the details from police on anything else. We know that the ballroom shooting, they did have video inside and outside, so we expect that perhaps as they search for answers, we'll see some of that video. We also have a Pennsylvania couple charged after their twin teenagers were found extremely malnourished and extremely thin. This is the Lehigh County DA's office.
Oh, no.
Releasing this. So these parents are charged with felony counts of endangering the welfare of children. Pennsylvania State Police were called in responding to this Lower Macungie Township home for a report of a 15-year-old boy. And he was in the neighborhood. They noted this was when the temperatures, it was January 22nd when this actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
We're just hearing about the charges because they're releasing the information now.
You're saying Lower Macungie?
Yes, sir.
I know it well.
So in this one, we were in the single digits with wind chills hovering around 0 at the point that this naked boy, very thin, is seen outside, and he was allegedly
How old is he?
15.
I was going to ask, is
15.
this a special needs child? Because I would imagine if you do not have any impairments or disabilities at 15, I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. Is that the parents' fault that you're out there naked? What the hell's wrong with you?
This is an allegation of abuse, that they've been starving these kids. That's the allegation. So the 15-year-old knocks on the neighbor's door naked, shivering, and looks like he's, from some kind of a refugee,
Oh my
has
God.
been starved. And that obviously would affect your brain health.
Yeah.
Among other things.
Of course.
So the neighbors bring him inside, wrap him in a blanket, and they said, quote, he would not stop eating. They fed him, and they just were trying to take care of him. They call Pennsylvania State Police, who come in. So the officers were able to, make contact with the teen's twin brother, who also said that their stepfather and mother forced them to walk around naked, denying them food and water, forced the teens to sleep on the floor with one blanket to share. And by all the descriptions, it's a horrible situation.
If this is proven true, that the parents need the severe punishment.
Firing squad?
At least.
Yeah.
Well, listen to this. These kids, these are 15-year-old boys, 15. They were taken to a nearby, the police immediately took them to the hospital. The boys, how much does your son weigh? How much does Dylan weigh?
47 pounds?
He's a little, he's not a toddler anymore.
He's
but
4,
he's
yeah.
4.
Yeah, he's tall, so he's going to be a big kid.
So, Greg, these teenage 15-year-olds, they weighed 53 and 55.
Oh, my God.
I don't even know how that's humanly possible.
Oh, my God.
53 pounds at 15?
Yeah. These parents are clearly guilty of this, so, end them.
I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, this is why they have children's homes and adoption. If you don't, if you're a scumbag and you don't want to be a good parent or at least be a presence in your kid's life, hand over custody of the child to the state, right? I mean, my wife had to deal with this stuff. She would go into houses like this. That's why she got out of it. Child sexual abuse and parental abuse, all sorts of stuff.
I mean, God bless her and the people who do those jobs. They're difficult jobs and important ones.
Temple University has a great social work program if that's your calling in life. Doesn't pay well, but you get good benefits.
As far as the parents who are accused and charged, facing obviously many abuse charges, felony charges, their names are, Joshua and Tracy DeChant. They are expected to make the $75,000 bail, according to authorities. Their preliminary hearing is upcoming. It's scheduled for February 3rd in Lehigh County Central Court, where we no doubt will get more details on this. But the boys,
that's it? $75,000 bail?
For bail.
Did you read the actual charges of what they're being? I think you said child endangerment.
Yeah. It was,
is that I'm assuming those are felonies?
Yeah, they are 2 felony counts each of endangering the welfare of children.
Yeah.
Now, as the investigation proceeds, will there be other charges presented? I don't have that information.
Okay. All right.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh God, these parents are just
wretched humans. How do you do that to anybody, much less your own flesh and
You're
blood?
You're a sick human.
Yeah.
You're a sick human, and you deserve to be taken off and you deserve to be taken off the face of the earth. God, I hate that we have to be responsible broadcasters.
I do too.
I do. God,
I just hate responsibility, period.
I would let everything fly if I could.
Same here.
Other news of the day, Whole Foods Market. Why is Whole Foods Market in Philadelphia making national news? Well, workers here at the Whole Foods Market in Philadelphia voted to unionize yesterday, becoming the first group of employees to pull off a labor win at the Amazon-owned grocery store chain.
Do you ever shop at Whole Foods?
Sometimes.
Yeah. So they're owned by Amazon, huh?
Bezos, right?
Oh. So they have all that buying power, and they're still super pricey.
Well, some things they are, but things like produce, there are some things that are actually cheaper than Aldi.
Oh.
Depends on what it is.
Okay.
But you got to, make multiple trips.
Don't know that I've ever actually gone inside of a Whole Foods in my life. Seen them many times. Don't think I've ever gone in. Yeah. Don't think I have.
You need to get out more, brother. Everybody laughs at me, but like the stuff you haven't seen, you're like,
or done in my life.
Never gone into a Whole Foods. I mean, like, look,
never saw All in the Family.
Yeah.
Sheltered life.
So employees at the store, it's not so far from, where would it be? Like not so far from the art museum.
Okay.
It's basically around 2101 Pennsylvania Avenue in Philadelphia. So they cast 130 votes, or about 57% of the ballots cast in favor of joining a local chapter of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union for the purpose of collective bargaining.
Okay.
So 100 workers rejected the motion.
All right. I'm jotting down all the grocery stores that I've actually been to in my life.
Oh, boy.
Giant, Aldi, ShopRite, Wegmans, Acme. I've never been to Whole Foods. What's the other one I'm missing?
Have you ever been to like a Costco or
Yes.
Sam's Club?
Yep.
Okay.
My wife has a membership at Sam's.
BJ's.
I've been to BJ's Wholesale.
Okay.
Yep. And just Whole Foods, I think. Never gone into one. Yeah.
ShopRite?
ShopRite, yes. ShopRite was a big Lehigh Valley chain back in the day. They used to compete with Giant.
So I know we have a ton of Trump news. I had headlined one that Trump says that he wants to do the construction of an Iron Dome-like shield for the United States of America, and said yesterday that it's a top priority, and he's calling for immediate work to be done on the project before he went ahead and signed the executive order.
Well, it's pretty fascinating and borderline unacceptable that Israel has some semblance of their Iron Dome. Remember when we were talking about Iran and those missile attacks and Israel defending itself over the last 18 months? Kind of hard to believe that we're not at the same level as far as defense technology as Israel is.
Well, they have to be. They're surrounded. By the way, it's day 480.
Ugh.
I'm going to start doing this at least once a day to say it's day 480 that the hostages are still being held by Hamas. I know that they're working out the deal.
By the way, the deal sucks.
It does suck.
It does.
200 Hamas
How is that
terrorists for four. Look, I'm not putting the price. I'm not putting, those family members, those four people. Yes, we need to get them home. But like, that's a bad deal.
I agree. What are we trading for Patrick Mahomes?
Well, and then the other thing is, was it yesterday that we learned that at least 8 of the 33, the initial 33, they've confirmed are deceased.
Yep. You can keep updated with that. You do the day tracker in the Middle East. I'll do the ICE tracker. Last night, as of 12 hours ago, ICE on January 27th made 1,179 arrests and 853 detainers were lodged.
Wow.
ICE daily stats.
And those stats are great stats. Also, there's some video. I thought I sent it to Phil, but if I didn't, I will. But there's video of Border Patrol on the Texas border actually engaging in gunfire. They put reportedly explosives. So the cartels and Border Patrol, literally there's a battle going on at the southern border.
I read the report where there was gunfire exchange on both sides, although there was no casualties, and apparently nobody was struck on either side. So it's just like a shooting in Philadelphia where the bullets are flying around in ballrooms.
Oh, my God. So we have that going on. There's so much news, and you want to get to Jim Acosta, and we'll tease that, right?
We can get to that right now. We can talk. What do we have? We have 7. We're going to what? 20 soccer.
Okay, so just don't tell people. Just stop. Just Jesus mighty.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my Lord! Not every thought in your head needs to come out over the air
or on Twitter.
Oh my God!
Stream of consciousness. So yeah, let's get to Acosta. Go ahead, because I don't know what you're talking about, other than possibly this is him being relegated to midnight, which I might end up being on at midnight if I keep it up.
Nick, I know, Greg, you're going to be
whacked?
sad. Well, the word is he is, and I'm out of here.
I told you that last week.
He's done.
He said that if you put me to midnight, I'm quitting.
So
pulling the plug.
So he was on at what time? I don't even know. I should be. I should know this.
Midnight or something, right?
Well, he was in the 10 a.m. slot, and I gave you the story last week with their lineup changes on Friday that Wolf Blitzer is out of the nighttime evening dinner hour blockish, and he's in at 10 a.m. and then Tapper's going longer, so they make Tapper from 4 to 5 p.m., and now he's on, I think, 5 to 7, and they were going to put Acosta in the graveyard shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now the
to
word
throw
is,
a bone to Trump because Trump hates him.
Yeah.
But the word is, and if you don't remember who he is, and I know you all do, but he earned the name chief antagonist for his nasty, rude style oftentimes that he just would interrupt the president, and even irked colleagues, especially the print colleagues, who then did not get called upon.
Sure. Now, when he was on that beat, so to speak, wasn't it both Jim Acosta and Caitlin Collins kind of like Heinrich and Ducey?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you are
and
correct.
they both end up getting shows, and they're both terrible as hosts.
Well, yes, exactly. CNN is in such a dumpster fire mode. I mean, you can say MSNBC, but at least there's a brand there. CNN has no idea what the hell they're doing.
They have no identity.
They have Walter Sterling, who does a fabulous show here at night, did a comparison. Like CNN's daily viewers is like 500,000. Like, can you imagine that? That's a national TV broadcast.
Is it even that? I saw somebody say it was they were comparing it to the size of like Toledo or something, and it was a great analogy.
Toledo.
They need to their new boss there. Kind of apparently, from what I've heard, and I have inside sources. Apparently, they had like this all hands on deck meeting where they were basically saying like, if we don't change and adapt, we will go away.
Right. Well, that's why they're trying to be this digital presence. That won't work. You just can't keep rearranging the deck, right?
I agree. It's like, well, it was Jim Acosta that was the problem, or it's Caitlin Collins, or it's this person, that person is the problem. No, the whole...
But as Dawn says, they all have contracts, and they're all guaranteed these big payouts not to work. So what do you do?
Right.
From top to bottom, they just need to... They need to find a new way to do business and adapt in 2025.
That's right.
To 2025.
Yep. Poor Jimmy.
So he's, it looks like he's out. It was going viral that reportedly he's out of there. They're laying off. They announced last Thursday?
Yeah, 200 or something.
200 plus people.
Yeah.
And it's a percentage of their workforce because they're basically bleeding out.
The problem is all the people that they laid off are probably not ones that control content or, you know what I mean?
And live paycheck to paycheck.
Exactly. That's the problem with all this. It's always the working class people that get screwed.
Yep.
While big bosses make really bad decisions, or hosts who shouldn't be hosting shows, or you know what I mean, tanking the network.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I could go in there and clean that.
You could be like a media doge.
Yeah, I could.
We'll call it so.
Oh man.
Stalker broadcast government efficiency. That didn't make sense.
Well, we have Doge news too, but I'll get out of this newscast. All right. So as far as the forecast for you, we do have some snow squalls that may be moving through, so maybe affecting traffic. But today, it looks like today is quite warm for our high, 42 degrees. The sun will come out. That's after these morning snow squalls, some snow showers, and a gusty, breezy day today and tomorrow. But tomorrow for your Wednesday, 49 degrees and partly sunny skies.
Might go for a bike
quite
ride
amazing.
tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to start training.
Yeah. By the way, I gave Road Warrior my bike.
Tuning it up
last week. We met at an undisclosed location. He's a private guy.
Yeah.
As am I.
He's rogue.
So we met at an undisclosed location in our black hats, and I gave him my bike. He's going to tune it up for me, and I'm gonna start the training as soon as I get it back.
Fake glasses and a fake mustache.
I think I'm getting it back in a couple weeks. And
hey boy.
Sweet.
All right.
Maybe Kayal, you and I can go out and bike ride together.
Hey, anything I can do to actually hang out with you for once.
You're
a hard guy to book.
We are sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or that grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem. Find a location near you. Meineke.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We'll get to a couple of things on the media front on the other side. Fetterman on The View and the media analysis, or lack thereof, when you compare side by side the coverage of the Trump pardons to the Biden pardons. We'll do that when we come back. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson. It is the brand's most popular SUV. Bold new design with plenty of cargo space, and the standard all-wheel drive has great gas mileage that will keep you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. You might be at an Eagles game. Next thing you know, people are acting up. You're going to want to be in a very safe vehicle. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, right off of Route 422, or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester. I'll be heading out that way this week on Route 202. Online anytime. PiazzaHyundai.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.25 Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Got sheet in just over 20 minutes. 855-839-1210. California girls, hopefully the water's back on. Trump saying the military turned the water back on. We'll continue some fire analysis coming up later in the show. I've got a story that is quite interesting with one of the assistant fire department chiefs that is going to make people scratch their heads. Hopefully we will get to that. But I want to get to a couple of things in the world of media. And I know, Dawn, you do a lot of different media analysis type things on your show, and we certainly touch on it here as well. This is not a surprise by any stretch, but it again goes to show you the bias from all of the major news networks that most people don't even consume anymore. The Post Millennial putting out the story after Media Research Center did their analysis, where on the same day, remember this, Joe Biden pardoning family members dating back a decade. So we're talking back to, I believe, at some point in 2014. The same day Donald Trump was pardoning individuals from J6, the discrepancy in media coverage was a 43-minute advantage in favor of Joe Biden. By that, I mean the media, the networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC spent a total of 46 minutes of airtime compared to Joe Biden's family pardons, which got all of 3 minutes. Media Research Center, according to their analysis, looked at ABC News, CBS News, and NBC News. Now, I do not think that includes MSNBC, so that would be just NBC News like Channel 10 when you see the national stuff in the evening at 6 p.m. This was Inauguration Day, January 20th, through the morning of January 22nd. So that would have been last Wednesday, if my calendar is correct. Despite both sets of pardons being issued on the same day, the coverage was far from equal. The analysis found that ABC, CBS, and NBC spent 46 minutes and 32 seconds. Those 32 seconds are very important on Trump's pardons, compared to just 3 minutes and 32 seconds on Biden's preemptive pardons. Those would include ABC's Good Morning America and World News Tonight. Is that the David Muir broadcast, World News Tonight? Okay. CBS Mornings and CBS Evening News, as well as NBC's Today Show and NBC Nightly News. And when you go back and you think about the obsession with January 6th for the media, for the Democrat Party, and I was jotting down the talking points this morning. These are the 5 or 6 things they told you in the mainstream media leading up to the election. Trump is Hitler. January 6th is on par with 9/11 and December 7th, 1941. They gave you LGBTQ talking points, climate change, abortion. Joe Biden is fine. His brain is still clicking on all cylinders, and the stock market is off the charts, which, when you go back and you look at it, it was. But when you're not feeling it with the economy, it doesn't matter what you tell me about the stock market. And then when you look at Trump's platform, it was economy, border, energy, crime, wars, free speech, weaponized government. Other things as well, but I just jotted these off the top of my head. The media's obsession, and, Dawn, forget Democrats for a second, but I love how the media tries to tell you what you should believe is the most paramount pressing issue. I will never forget that poll that I cited back in September, that when they were asked, what is the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the name Donald Trump? Only 5% of respondents out of maybe 2,000 people that were polled, only 5% said January 6th. But the media tried to tell you January 6th is the be-all, end-all. That's why you should vote against Trump and for Kamala Harris. And even now, 3 months removed from defeat, they are still talking about the J6 pardons over the Joe Biden pardons. But that should be expected, right? Because we talk about this all the time, the bias by omission and the slant. But it's 46 minutes to 3 minutes. Your thoughts?
I'm not surprised at all. And now I think we'll see a shift, and that's, I think, what we're seeing. I read the CNN situation as they try to figure it all out. I think that he is the sacrificial, I don't know, the goat. Not a goat, he can't be a goat. He's the sacrificial animal. Jim Acosta is on CNN. Or Jim, what did I say?
Yeah. I'm just
Acosta.
making sure I know who you're talking about. Acosta.
Jim Acosta.
Yep.
So I feel like they purposely put his name out there to say, see, we're doing our own purge, and we're purging of the anti-Trump or the Trump hater or whatever. Because I think, and I don't think I don't know. I don't know that will do it, because I think that they just have to go back to, like I've said, how many times have I said, go back to doing what you originally did, what every network is supposed to do. Just do reporting. Just go live. Put all your people out. I would submit to you that Caitlin Collins, they'd be doing her a favor to just not even have her at any anchor desk in that building.
Mm-hmm.
Put her, if she's going to be one of the White House people, right? She's going to be some kind of a correspondent. So make her home base, if you will, right there. And don't bring them back in the building, because there's a problem with their culture in the building.
Sure.
And no matter what anybody says, when you have the earpiece or earpieces in, and there's somebody in your head constantly saying you can't have to ask, you have to fact check, and they're constant, I think there's an impact of it. And so I think the more they get them out of the building, out of the culture, and put them on the border, put them where the story is.
And to be honest, I know Republicans want to hear and, learn more and want feet to be held to the fire with Joe Biden and, all of those investigations, Jim Jordan and, connecting the dots, the bank accounts, the money laundering allegedly, where did these payments come from? Why was a family member getting a check for 10 grand or 40 grand? Things like that. I think at the end of the day, when you go back and you look at all of this the last couple of months and what we had to deal with the last couple of years, you can sit here and argue that at the end of the day, the pardons, it doesn't really move the needle with either side of the political aisle, right? I mean, so in that regard, I don't think whether it's Trump having pardons that he hands out back in office or Biden's pardons on the way out, Americans care about the cost of, what they're paying for groceries and gas, the housing market, things like that. But it's the media coverage. And I bring that up because there's also reports out that Politico and some of the Politico reporters had other stories. And this is almost eerily similar to the New York Post story with Miranda Devine when Facebook and social media suppressed the sharing of the stories. I believe Politico reporters had stories, had sources, had good information on the Bidens, and some of the higher ups at the company, Politico, were like, no, you can't run with that.
We have...
we do?
Yeah, this is cut 10. This is former Politico reporters Mark Caputo and Tara Palmieri. Tara Palmieri, I think, used to work for the Biden administration, or maybe the Obama. She's a big Dem. They revealed that their previous employer blocked negative stories about Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and the infamous Biden laptop. Just roll a little bit of this, Phil.
Another great example when Politico did that terrible, ill-fated headline. 51 intelligence agents or former intelligence agents say that the Hunter Biden laptop was disinformation.
Right.
Or bore the hallmarks of disinformation. Turns out that story was closer to disinformation because the Hunter Biden laptop appeared to be true.
But then Facebook also pulled all stories down about the Hunter Biden laptop, and I think Twitter did at the same time too.
Correct.
Yeah.
They punished the New York Post. It didn't help. I mean, Politico, my former employer, and I knew at the time, didn't do itself any favors. I was covering Biden at the time, and I remember coming to my editor and saying, hey, we need to write about the Hunter Biden laptop. And I was told this came from on high at Politico. Don't write about the laptop, don't talk about the laptop, don't tweet about the laptop. And the only thing Politico wound up writing was that piece that called it disinformation, which charitably could be called misinformation at the least.
Yeah, I mean, I had a hard time. I wrote some pretty serious reporting on Hunter Biden, which actually ended up getting him prosecuted, the story on the gun.
Yeah, and I remember you consulted with me because you did the original report on the gun. And you came to me like, how do I write about this? I'm like, honestly, I don't know.
Because it was hard to get it done.
You figured it out. Yeah.
I spent three months on it. I went to the laptop shop and I did all of the reporting in Delaware, and I did all of that. But yeah, it had to be it had to be 100% nailed down. I had everything, the police reports, I'm a solid reporter, but I do wonder if it would have been published a little quicker. If it was a different type of story.
Wow.
Just amazing.
Wow.
I mean, I look at what I do as just opinion, free speech on a microphone. Dawn, you certainly do as well. But I don't pretend to be a journalist. I didn't go to school for journalism. You did. Could you imagine, Dawn, if you were a journalist, let's say for Politico or for any network, whether it was writing, television, or radio, and you had credible sources and they told you you can't run with it? I mean, that's rejecting the pure essence of what it means to be a journalist, right? How do you continue on in that profession or for that employer, other than maybe you need the paycheck?
Oh, it happens from time to time. Number one, I will say, I think that's what happened when, what's Ronan Farrow, when he that's his whole deal, that ABC had the story. I believe that they had the story, and as far as, oh my God, the diddler. And now I'm blanking on his name. The Harvey
Weinstein.
Thank you.
Yes.
The Tiddler. It's in my brain.
Not the Riddler.
Yeah.
Harvey, in the Harvey Weinstein case. So in that case, they had all kinds of evidence. They had the story. It was an incredible story, and it went to the top reportedly and was crushed by Biggity Biggs at ABC News. And so what a lot of reporters do, and I will tell you, I've done this before, if it gets quashed for whatever reason, you give it to somebody who can publish it, who can either broadcast it or put it in print. That's what you do, because that's the right, especially with something like, ongoing allegations of somebody who's doing horrible things physically to people and taking advantage of people.
Let me ask you guys a question, and I thought about this because we've had this clip for a couple of days now. Watching it, when I first watched it, my first reaction was, wow, that's interesting. My second reaction was, where were they speaking out about this 4 years ago?
Of course.
5 years ago, whatever it was. Why now that it's safe, all of a sudden, is everybody coming out of the woodwork? I hate safe. I hate safe. Stop with the safe.
Yeah.
Well,
if you think something is being done incorrectly or wrong, I believe, especially if you're a journalist, it is your obligation to speak out against it.
Why are we settling on whistleblowers? Yeah. Right? Shouldn't the journalist be the paid professional whistleblower?
I know that's okay. That's
or easier said than done.
You're right. But when it's your job, and a lot of people start looking for another job, but they really like their job and they like their house, and maybe their wife or their husband really likes their house and the kids are in a good school, and they really don't want to move to another city because that's the only option. And so that's why. I mean, so the truth is with these people, what that tells me is that you can't just point to the reporter or the on-air person or the journalist. It's a culture.
Yeah.
It's a culture within entire news organizations that's why I call them corporate run or legacy state, because this goes right to the top. Okay. Remember the Norm Macdonald story? Remember that great SNL story about Norm Macdonald at NBC
with OJ?
With OJ,
yeah.
And that he was called up by the NBC Biggity Big, who said, Norm, this guy's awkward for me. OJ's a friend of mine, and so on. And then for the rest of his life, in between a bit, he'd go, an OJ, and he had like
Yes.
an OJ. So God bless him, but he was fired.
Yeah.
He was.
No, I get it.
Once his contract was up, it was freaking Norm McDonald
Yeah, one of my
was fired.
favorites.
That's what happens.
Yep.
That's the culture. So change the culture.
But the difference here, not to split hairs, is Norm is in an entertainment role. Although I get it, creative
They
control.
view it the same, Nick.
Yeah.
They don't, that's the problem. These bean counters at the top and those who control these, it's all about the money. It's the moolah.
Yeah.
They don't care. News, comedy, sports, it's all the same. It's all entertainment.
But
There's
we've
no
also
more integrity, and that's
agreed.
because
It's all bought and paid
corporations
for.
bought
Yes.
out local stations. The answer, FCC, is to go back to having local newspapers, local publications, locally owned stations that are actually not controlled or have to answer to the corporate biggity-bigs bean counters.
Amen.
Then you're going to have some independence.
But here's the shift now. What was the lady's name that we just played? Tara, whatever her name was. Palmieri. You know, you look around and she could probably sit there and say, well, there's some of my, quote, former colleagues in the industry that have written at big-time publications. Barry Weiss, Michael Schellenberger. Going back to
Matt
the big
Taibbi.
take, Matt Taibbi, with the theme of the big take of, conservatism, populism, free speech, whatever you want to call it, trending right, becoming more mainstream, acceptable, and what Americans want. I would think Tara Palmieri's there'd be a big market for her to go out there. Who's the one that just left CBS that you always reference? She's out there dropping bombshells all over the place now. Catherine Herridge, right? I think Americans are tired of being lied to and consuming bought and paid for propaganda, which is why guys like Rogan or what we do here has become so popular.
What's interesting about Tara Palmieri is that she is embedded in, like I just said, she worked for. It was either Biden or Obama. So she has sources in those camps. So she's the best person to break stories like this because I'm sure she's being told things confidentially that are true because they're coming directly from the source. That's why, in my opinion, it's more important for her, especially her, to come out and say, no, what's happening is not right and speak out about it. Then not 5 years later when everybody knows the truth already.
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, what is on the cut sheet? You will find out coming up next. Kayal and Company rolls on Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
It's no secret that baby boomers are living longer than ever before and are placing a priority on being happy and healthy. Unfortunately, many lack the vital part of healthcare planning, long-term care. Sobering statistics from the government show that close to 70% of all baby boomers will use a long-term care facility for an average of 3 years at a cost of over $300,000. Not planning for long-term care is denying yourself a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life and expenses that will impoverish most estates. Fortunately, in recent years, programs have become available where long-term care coverage can be obtained without ever paying annual premiums. Therefore, if you didn't use it, you don't lose it. It's called asset-based long-term care. Now here's how it works. By leveraging an asset, such as a savings account or an investment account, when long-term care is needed, the asset chosen to be leveraged will balloon to more than 3 times the original asset value. For example, a husband and wife at 65 years of age transfers $100,000 of one of their investment accounts into an asset-based long-term care contract. That $100,000 immediately becomes from day one approximately $460,000 of long-term care benefit for both husband and wife when needed. For individuals, the $100,000 would become approximately $550,000. Perhaps the most attractive part of asset-based care is receiving the care in the comforts of your own home. This is what experts call aging in place, staying in the comfort of your own home and assuring yourself a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life. It also allows your loved ones to have more of an opportunity to visit you because you're home. Should a need not arise for asset care, your beneficiaries would receive the remaining contract value. These types of contracts are more liberal with health conditions than traditional contracts, and age is a determining factor for benefits. By taking these steps now, not only will it be less expensive at your current age, but will also protect your surviving spouse and the estate that took you a lifetime to accrue as well.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Get up, Harry. 7:45. Rocking and rolling along. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Run down to the little boys' room during the break. And our buddy Bill from the other morning show down the hallway is in segment. And they're playing his show in the men's room. And they're talking about how they saved, or how TikTok was temporarily unavailable 2 Sundays ago. No mention of who saved it, though.
Uh-oh.
I was at the trough.
Yeah.
And I was shouting, "You can thank Trump, William." But Jen and Bill didn't want to bring his name up.
He's that guy who's angrily screaming at his radio.
Did you wash your hands?
Hand sanitizer.
By the way, you're a disgusting human being. You don't
never use the soap.
No, you don't. That's gross.
Sanitizer.
First of all, people see you leave. People, by the way, have seen you leave the bathroom without washing your hands, buddy.
Hand sanitizer is better for you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Both.
Yes, thank you, Dawn.
No, I'm definitely not doing both. Time constraints here, dear. Time constraints. Definitely better for you.
Wash your hands.
Here's why.
You disgusting animal.
You put your hands underneath the hand sanitizer and the pump, the machine, right? The automatic dispenser. You don't touch anything. You're in there and you're touching the sink. You're touching the towels or the drying, the air blower.
It's all motion sensor.
And you're touching like the counter.
No, you don't have to touch the counter. What are you doing
I'm not
on the
touching
counter?
anything.
Disgusting.
I'm a sanitizer guy. Poll question on YouTube.
Oh, here we go.
Throw it up there,
No
Phil.
polls.
Old school sink or hand sanitizer? I love the sanitizer.
You do that after you do both? 1 and 2?
I don't do 2 here. No, I wait till I get home for that. But I'm not against that. I mean, I told you I've used.
That's disgusting.
I've used the.
Nobody in this building is ever going to shake your hand again.
That's fine. I'm a Republican. They don't like me to begin with.
What's that called? Gophering? Remember in Caddyshack? It's like a.
Who knows?
Jill writes, Greg, someone really came to you and told you that Nick didn't wash his hands when he left the bathroom? Yes.
Yeah.
That's a tattletale.
Yes.
Corporate emails that go around.
Watch out for
man.
that person.
Yeah. They just make sure they don't put me on it. 'Cause I'll be the reply all guy. All right. But yeah, we can do a poll question. Old school soap or in the sink or hand sanitizer, automatic pump. Throw that up there, Phil. And by the way, too, especially during the winter, when it's 7 degrees, you really want to use that hot water. Your skin gets all dried out. You look like you have like a...
YouTube.com.
Like you're on Trank in Kensington.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Sink or sanitizer? I'm going to go sink here. There we go.
By the way, this will be another...
Sink is winning 96%.
Oh, you... go move to Portland. Thought this was a real audience. All right, let's get to the cut sheet.
How dare you?
What's
Sink.
on the cut sheet?
Did you guys see this video yesterday of Selena Gomez crying?
Yes.
You know Selena Gomez from... Well, she's in Only Murders in the Building, which is a Steve Martin Martin Short show, which is hysterical.
Okay.
Love that show.
I get Selena, and I should know this because I have daughters. I get Selena Gomez and Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
And who's the woke Snow White? I get them all mixed up.
Yeah, they all kind of look similar.
They do.
Yeah.
Ariana Grande by far has the best voice.
Okay.
By hands down.
Okay.
So she was very upset, crying about the deportations of people going to Mexico. She put this up and then immediately took it down, but that didn't stop the internet.
Okay.
When you can have feelings about things, but to go on Instagram and cry.
I've got to see this.
You haven't seen it yet?
I have not, no.
All right. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see it. Where Dawn has joined the chat. Thank you, Dawn.
Well, here we go. You see, why did you? Now you know what's going to happen.
Because I'm pretty immature.
I got him.
Things I'm not going to say.
I got him. Can't stop tweeting. I got you in the chat.
He doesn't wash his hands.
Can we just fixate on our jobs, please?
One day you will craft the perfect show. Until then, you have Kayal and Company. Cut that one up.
That is amazing. I love you for that. Amen, amen, brother. Okay, Selena Gomez crying. Roll it.
Say that I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Stop it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My daughter just texted me. Yeah, definitely Ariana Grande has the better voice. So they're listening on the way to school. So daddy will have to teach them a little bit here.
This is hysterical. I mean, like.
Was that it? Is there
no,
more?
no. There's more. I just had to stop it.
Okay. I'll save commentary because I have not seen this yet. Other than that little 2 seconds.
If you're.
She's. Well, all right.
All right.
I need full context.
Keep rolling, Phil.
Just wanted to say that I'm so sorry. So many people are getting attacked.
My people.
Children.
I
don't understand.
I'm such a cold-hearted bastard.
I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something,
Yeah.
but I can't. I don't know
Use some of your money.
what to do.
She's.
I'll try
She just wants
everything.
attention. Justin Bieber wrote the song "Love Yourself." My mama don't like you.
You
She
should
likes
go
another
and
woman.
love yourself. Yeah, I remember that
So,
song. Yeah, my
we should
daughter's.
just play that underneath this because she loves herself. She's looking at herself now in the camera.
What a
She's faux
narcissistic
crying.
asshat.
I know.
Or she's mentally ill. Because
Well, that too. Yes.
I don't know. I don't know why else you would go on.
Have you ever cried alone at home and shared it on social media?
Every time I know I have to get up at 4 a.m. I sit there and cry in a
But you cry
dark
to your
room.
wife and you say, oh, console me, honey. What did I do with my career?
I cried to my dog. My dog knew all the secrets.
Well, yeah.
You know,
but
cry to your dog.
my people, excuse me, Ariana Grande, are you not an American citizen?
No, that's not Ariana.
Who
That's
was
Selena
it?
Gomez.
Okay, yeah, her too. Are you not an American citizen, Selena Gomez?
Yeah.
Okay. We are your people, the fellow American taxpayers that are documented legal citizens. And then attacked. Who's being attacked? I didn't know being handcuffed and put in the back of a cruiser was attacked. Everybody's under attack, by the way.
By the way, with 121 votes cast so far, you're 94-6. 94%.
Yeah, you can't win everything.
It's unbelievable.
Selena Gomez.
yeah.
Get a grip, lady.
She's
how old is she? We should look this up.
She's
and this is once again.
Go and love
She's mentally. I believe she's mentally ill.
Thank God.
Anybody who does that on social media is either Dawn's right. She's craving attention.
She's 32.
Or
she's 32.
Or she's effing crazy.
This is so glorious too that Americans and America rejected all of these celebrity Hollywood elitists this past election. How many of them are coming out to support Kamala Harris? We don't care what you have to say. You are so disconnected from reality, and I don't begrudge any of them, right? The market dictates that they can make millions of dollars. God bless them. I don't care about your political views. You can have them, but you're not in tune with what the bulk of Americans want.
So they played this on Fox News for Tom Homan.
Boy, I tell you what, Tom is. Tom loves the tube, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's a great. So that's another question I have. Where he was all over TV yesterday. He was on with Caitlin Collins last night.
Yep.
This
But I'm
is a
good
strategy.
with it. I'm good with it. He's getting results too.
It's a strategy because they want people to self-deport.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
what they want.
Yep.
All right. Roll them talking about this. The video that we just played on Fox News yesterday. Phil, I see you have it in the queue.
Don't know if you've had a chance to see a video that has been going viral over the past hour or so. We're still working to clear it and show it. In fact, the Hollywood celebrity who posted it has now deleted it, I think because probably she faced a lot of backlash for it, noting even the New York Times and Fox News polls show that a majority of American respondents are in favor of deportations of criminals and gang members. She posted a video sobbing. She was crying in it. She said, "All my people are getting attacked," with the picture of a Mexican flag. Again, she has now taken that down. But what do you say to those who are out there saying that these are everyday people, these are families that are being attacked and dragged out of their homes? How do you respond to that?
I don't think we arrested any families. We've arrested public safety threats and national security threats, bottom line. And look, President Trump won the election on this one issue, securing our border and saving lives. What happened on our southern border last 4 years is the biggest national security threat this country's seen, at least in my lifetime, because we got over 2 million known gotaways. We got a 600% increase in sex trafficking. We got a record number of terrorists crossing the border on the terrorist watch list. We have 250,000 Americans die from fentanyl coming across the open border. We're going to do this job, and we're going to enforce the laws of this country. If they don't like it, then go to Congress and change the law. We're going to do this operational apology. We're going to make our community safer. We're going to save. Once we lock that border on continuous operation, you're going to see fentanyl deaths decrease, illegal alien crime decrease, sex trafficking decrease. It's just all for the good of this nation, and we're going to keep going. No apologies. We're moving forward.
You know, for any female celebrity, entertainer, Hollywood bigwig, musical act, why is it that, and I want to take what Tom Homan just mentioned there specifically with sex trafficking. Let's go just say it's females that are being shipped around illegally for sex trafficking activities. Why does Selena Gomez not speak out about that? Exactly. Isn't Selena Gomez all for the cause of women, right? Like, why is it now that the Republican Party is almost the party of feminism, yet the left has ditched things like that in the name of protecting illegal immigrants? I don't get it, especially, and there's no excuse to me because I say every time on the show, it begins and it ends with the word illegal. I'm not permitting illegal things to just go under the radar, but we're talking about violent animals here, right? And it's not just Mexico. I guess Selena Gomez might be from, her national origin is Mexican. It's all South American countries. It's Asia. It's the Middle East. It's terrorists. It's not just random Mexican people being dragged out of their house and attacked like Selena Gomez is. But by the way, she's got a platform, right? Mm-hmm. She got all those millions of followers on the Snapchats and TikToks of the world. I'm assuming she got a pretty healthy bank account. Sure. Right? Get involved, Selena. Instead of crying to yourself.
More from Tom Homan. This is Cut 15, talking about how they started their raids in Chicago, and how was the reception from the governor Pritzker and also the American people. Let's start with Cut 15. I mean the Chicago people. Roll Cut 15.
So let me ask you a couple of questions about your trip to Chicago. First of all, why did you want to go to Chicago? Will you be going to more cities like Chicago? And what was the reaction like when you talked to local forces there, like the local police?
Well, look, I went to Chicago a couple times, met with black pastors, met with the community. They were begging for ICE enforcement action because of the crime in Chicago. I made a commitment to them that we'd be out there. I also made a commitment to the mayor of Chicago that I'm coming to Chicago, even though he said I wasn't welcomed, and along with Governor Pritzker. And plus, just a few days ago, Pritzker did put on social media that ICE was in an elementary school. I wanted to make a point that ICE is going to do that job regardless if they're going to help us or not. As far as the local community, nothing but cheers walking through the airport, cheers walking through the streets. We stopped at a police station to take a nature break, and we've been on the road so long. And every uniform in that building walked up, shook our hands, and thanked us for being there and helping them make their communities more safe.
The mayor he's referring to, of course, is Brandon Johnson, who's actually even worse than Lori Lightfoot was. But that's interesting is you go to a city like Chicago, a sanctuary city, and you know that the majority, 50+%, are on board with this, yet the mayor is resisting it. So the mayor was elected by the people, and he is resisting what the mass majority of citizens that voted in his city want. Ask yourself why. I believe it's voter replacement, and I believe that they have done the math. We talked about the 7 swing states, Illinois not included in that list, but for the sake of this conversation, is they've done the calculus, and they believe that there will be more of an influx of people, 400%, 700%, than those that are disgruntled by this that want it to stop, and it's all about winning future elections. That's the name of the game.
What was the reaction from J.B. Pritzker? Cut 16, Phil, go.
So not only did the CEO of Chicago Public Schools pass off misinformation about U.S. Secret Service agents who were interpreted to be ICE, but listen to what J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, said after that. After a week of Republicans sowing fear and chaos, the first reports of raids in Chicago are at an elementary school. Targeting children and separating families is cruel and un-American. To be clear again, these were Secret Service agents running down a threat that was made on TikTok. They were not ICE agents. ICE never went near that school. What do you say to Pedro Martinez and the governor of Illinois, who appear to be not only sowing information, but fear?
Well, Pedro Martinez lied. He lied to the city of Chicago because he knew it was Secret Service agents, because I talked to the people involved. They left their credentials. He knew exactly who were there, so he lied. Again, sowing fear in the immigrant community. And Governor Pritzker, rather than calling ICE and asking us, did this happen or did it not happen, he goes on social media and terrifies the elementary schools that ICE agents are walking in there. No, he accuses me of terrifying the community. No, he terrified the community. He terrified the children. You know what ICE did yesterday? They saved children. We arrested 9 sexual predators, many of them child sex predators. We saved children. ICE saved children. We're not going to schools and scaring the hell out of them. Governor Pritzker deserves, he needs to give ICE an apology. What he did was just plain wrong, and by doing that, he put fear in the community that shouldn't have to be there. Children shouldn't have to fear ICE agents walking into an elementary school to arrest them.
J.B. Pritzker looks like he ate Pedro Martinez, by the way. But, I gave you this yesterday in the Big Take. ABC 7 in Chicago reported on Friday that ICE came to an elementary school. And then over the weekend, they came back and said, oh, I'm sorry, misunderstanding. It was not ICE. It was the Secret Service. How do you mistake the Secret Service that usually are in a certain wardrobe and attire to ICE? And you know what this is? You know what this really is? And this should really tick off everybody that's pro-law enforcement, because ICE is just merely border law enforcement and deportation law enforcement. The continual selling of fear of law enforcement. We're going on 5 years of this now, since George Floyd in May of 2020, where they are spinning the narrative that the cops are the bad guys and the criminals are the good guys. That is bizarro world upside down logic. Tom Homan and ICE are not the bad guys. Those that allow and this to continue to persist in communities. I'm sorry, but if I was a parent in my neighborhood, there was an illegal immigrant that committed a heinous act on a minor, who am I going to blame? Am I going to blame cities that have allowed sanctuary statuses to exist, or am I going to blame Tom Homan? I'm probably going to blame the politician that allows this.
We'll get back to Homan in 1 second. Just an update. Sink or sanitizer?
I'm down by 92-8.
The disgusting Nick Kayal goes into the bathroom and uses a sanitizer, hand sanitizer, instead of washing his hands. Right now it's 94% to 6% sink over sanitizer.
This is worse than the Commanders Eagles from Sunday. This is a blowout.
Bobby Ott, he responds to you and says, Nick, soap couldn't kill COVID but hand sanitizer did. You be the judge. I don't know what that means.
I think that's true. I think hand sanitizer can kill COVID.
Eric the Red says, don't need a pull on the hand sanitizer. It's okay after using it on the job, Johnny. Otherwise, if there's water and soap, use it.
All right. I've got a 5-minute commercial break. I'm on the move. A lot going on in my mind. I go in, I do a number one, get rid of the coffee, a little sanitizer, get back in my saddle.
I mean, you could also... I don't want to get too graphic here at 8:03 in the morning.
I love graphic. We love this.
But you could also not touch anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I've seen some of the people that use
hands-free.
Have you seen the elevated door opener?
No.
I'm
not. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about you unzip.
And then?
Yeah. Just don't touch it.
Well, I don't. Who says I did?
Just kind of move your body a certain way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, geez.
Oh, my thing is.
Oh, it's.
I don't touch it.
He's just a wang.
Homan was also on with Caitlin Collins, where she tried to bring up this whole ICE entering schools thing. That seems to be the new.
Mhm.
This is happening.
It's the new boogeyman.
Cut 29, Phil. You have it there? Yeah, cut 29, go.
What we had heard from immigration
Why is that
advocates
only
is
in one
this
side?
is going to provide a chilling effect to parents in the school.
Caitlin only resonates with the left side of her brain.
It shouldn't be a chilling effect unless your child's a terrorist or a public safety threat. If they are a public safety threat, national security threat, they should be chilled. They should be afraid because we're looking for them.
Well, if their parent is here and they're an undocumented immigrant, I think was more of the argument that they were making.
They're not off the table either. I mean, they're in the country illegally, they got a problem. I mean, it's not okay. Look, it's not okay to enter this country illegally. It's a crime, and that's the way it's supposed to be. I wouldn't feel comfortable if I'm in Switzerland illegally. So we're going to enforce the laws of this country. So, the schools and the churches and the central location was a policy only for ICE, only for immigration, right? But national security threats and public safety threats have no safe haven in this country, and we'll go where we got to go.
You know what's remarkable from a hypocritical standpoint?
That the sound on that clip sucked?
Yes. I
And
mean, that was...
We should have edited it?
Well,
Sorry.
I'll leave that up to you guys. So there are people in this country, specifically Democrats and usually women, that have no problem with what's going on. Or, I'm sorry, let me take that back. They're triggered over somebody breaking the law illegally when they go to... Think about this. Brittany Griner goes to Russia.
Yeah.
She has weed on her and contraband. She ends up in a Russian penal colony. She broke the law. Was it harsh? The magnitude of it? You think about her celebrity status. Were they trying to make an example of her? I always say, I don't care that it was weed. You're an athlete. You know the venue you're walking into. Russia doesn't play around. So you had liberal women outraged over the fact that Brittany Griner broke the law but had to serve time in jail, but are totally fine with people entering this country illegally. And your spin and your comeback to me is they're invading the schools and the kids are full of fear now. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, they did Brittany Griner wrong. She broke the law. She didn't deserve to be in the joint, and then say it's okay to enter this country. So you're more triggered over entering Russia versus this country. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. These people are just, their logic just there's no consistency with it. Go ahead, Dawn.
Just real quick here this morning, within less than an hour, the more intense raids are ramping up in New York City. We talked about Boston last week, Chicago. The total number at this point has been updated to nearly 2,700. So if they keep up now at this daily pace, which is about 1,000 people a day, then that will make new records in the nation as far as these kinds of, raids and then deporting folks. So they're ramping this up.
Trump could be at
across
100.
the country.
Trump could be at 100,000 by the 100th day at that rate. Yeah. Lenny is in Pittman, New Jersey, and he's got some advice for Selena Gomez.
Good morning, guys. How are you? Just a couple comments. I watched that video, and it should be obvious to me that Selena Gomez needs some mental issues or some kind of counseling. That is just totally out of control to me. And I just like to comment on, I live in New Jersey, and it's kind of like Chicago. We got Eddie Murphy. I like to call him Eddie Murphy, as our governor. And, we have a port here that built all these windmills, and now they're taking them apart and, selling them for scrap. He's the one that wanted plastic bags to these big bags. Now they're collecting more trash and creating more of a problem. It just seems over and over again they don't listen to the people, and the people are saying, we don't want this stuff, we don't want it, and they just shove it down your throat.
Mm-hmm. You're exactly right, Lenny. Thank you so much for the call. Dawn, just to follow up to your story in New York, DHS Secretary just confirmed Kristi Noem is in New York as these ICE raids have begun with the Department of Homeland Security. So conceivably, you might have Kristi Noem and Tom Homan in New York right now with these agents.
Yeah, and I think this is with the cooperation of Eric Adams, their mayor, but it's Phoenix, multiple cities in Texas, San Diego, Denver, Miami, Atlanta. I saw one in St. Paul, Minnesota. So they are now ramping this up in cities across the nation.
We need to know when they're coming back here.
Speaking of deportations, I know everybody is crying and like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. What did Democrats used to say about deportation? Let's go back into the Wayback Machine. Let's start with cut 17 here. This is a guy by the name of Barack Obama.
I've heard of him.
Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
This is what he said, cut 17. This is from 2014, November 20th, 2014 to be exact. What did he say about if you're a criminal and in the country illegally? What did he say? Cut 17, go.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up.
Wow.
The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
So Obama's a racist?
What changed?
I don't know. Do we have more tapes? Do we have more footage?
Let's go to, this is cut 24, Phil. This is in 2007, a guy by the name of, looking at my paper here, Joe Biden.
Okay, I've heard of him.
Was asked if he would allow sanctuary cities to exist.
Okay.
Sanctuary cities, we know that as being Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he said back, all the way back in 2007. Roll it.
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
The reason the cities ignore the federal law is the fact that there is no funding at the federal level to provide for the kind of enforcement at the federal level you need. Pick up the New York Times today. There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster. Stores started closing. Everything started to happen. And they changed the policy. Part of the problem is you have to have a federal government that can enforce laws. This administration has been fundamentally derelict in not funding any of the requirements that are needed even to enforce the existing
So,
law.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
That's very Republican.
Hey, Joe Biden, you racist.
MAGA Biden. Yeah.
No, Obama was the deporter in chief. That's the whole. That's the joke about it.
You are correct. He had from 2009 to 2017 3.2 million deportations.
Wow.
Bill Clinton 870,000. G.W. Bush from 01 to 09 2 million, and Donald Trump, despite the strong focus, around 1 million.
Wow.
Trump's a pushover.
3.2 million for Barack Obama.
For Barry.
Don't you remember that at the time? We talked about all that. He had, Obama at one point, first of all, with the immigration issue and the deportations, but then also remember the drones. I mean, he was a bad A with those drones flying over the Middle East and taking people out, and nobody talks about it.
I mean, it's just, if you listen to Trump and then you listen to those clips, Trump doesn't sound any different than a mid-2000s Democrat.
Well, let's play a little montage of Democrats, the mid-2000s Democrats, all saying.
By the way, the last few good years I had was in the mid-2000s. It's been downhill ever since.
Roll it.
Pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
Hillary, how dare you?
If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes. And you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
I can't say that. Can't say that.
I was wondering what you think about like securing the Mexican border with some of the illegal immigrants that come in. Just wondering.
Well, look, I voted numerous times when I was a senator to spend money to build a barrier to try to prevent illegal immigrants from coming in, and I do think you have to control
the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration. Which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong, and we have to change it.
Will destroy New York City.
Who's that?
Destroy New York City.
Tracy Morgan.
We're
That's
getting
Eric Adams.
10,000 migrants a month.
There's the guy
now
who's
we're
trying to
getting
get a
people
pardon.
from all over
Yeah.
the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City.
Oh, there's Eric Adams, J.D. Vance's future vice president.
What?
It's unbelievable. He's another one. Everybody's like, he's a Republican now. No, he's not. He's just trying to get pardoned.
Grifter.
Exactly. These people are just gross.
Boy, how about Hillary dropping the learn English?
I know.
Well, you can't say that. I mean, I get yelled at when I say that when I'm watching a golfer on Sunday and they don't speak English, and I get mad. I mean, my wife's like, that's racist. Not racist.
The person who's going to be the next prime minister of Canada, Pierre Poilievre,
Oh, I love this guy.
has now weighed in on his country's issue with illegal immigration. This is what he said. Roll it.
And Israel has friends, as do the Jewish people. Friends that will stand through thick and thin, through fire and water, not equivocating, not speaking out of both sides of our mouth. We must stand with the Jewish people and the state of Israel in their effort to preserve their existence and to live a peaceful, democratic life. And that should not be taken for granted. We see on our own streets anti-Semitism, guided by obscene, woke ideologies that have led to an explosion in hate crimes. Hate crimes were up over 100% in Canada before October 7th. Now they're up 251%, with Jews being the principal victims of those crimes. We must not just condemn these things, we must take action against them. We must deport from our country any temporary resident that is here on a permit or a visa that is carrying out violence or hate crimes on our soil.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There you go.
There he is. The French-Canadian Ron DeSantis. He loves to drop the woke word. He's
He
a little
does.
late to the woke party. But, like him a lot, I think Canada's going to be in great shape. And I think, Dawn, you might have said this when we were talking about the college protests. If you were here temporarily on a visa and you are spewing hate, you should be sent out of the school and back to your country.
100%.
Yep.
That should be, isn't that a no-brainer?
I think it is.
And especially with anti-Semitic behavior and bullying
Mhm.
Jewish students who, BTW, they're Americans. You're
Yep.
not.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
Vivek, rhymes with cake.
Oh, boy.
Was on Jesse Waters last night talking
Ramaswamy.
about leaving the Doge group.
My second favorite thing behind Tom Homan is disintegrated before our very eyes, at least 50% of it.
He wants to know. Jesse Waters wants to know what happened there. Why did he make this pledge and promise to do this, and then be like, "I'm out, yo." Roll it.
Time to bounce.
So we're hearing you're leaving Doge after like 3 Scaramucci's. What happened?
Well, the reality is I'm pursuing elected office very shortly. We'll have an announcement soon. But, Jesse, things are off to a great start. I think President Trump has proven, look at the actions that he took in that first week, the most pro-merit president I think we've had in a long time. And as for my vision grounded in constitutional law and the future of the country, I think it's best pursued through elected office. And I'm confident that they're going to succeed in slashing and burning that federal bureaucracy.
People are saying you didn't get along with Musk. What happened there?
I think that's incorrect. But what I would say is we had different and complementary approaches.
Uh-oh.
I focused more on a constitutional law, legislative-based approach. He focused more on a technology approach, which is the future approach. No better person to lead that technology, digital approach than Elon Musk. But when you're talking about a constitutional revival, it's not just done through the federal government. It's done through federalism, where states also lead the way. So I'll have to be saying more on that very shortly, Jesse.
All right,
but that's
so
gonna be my
Elon
next
didn't
stop.
fire you.
We had a mutual discussion, and I
Okay.
think that I wish him well, and we're on the same page where divide and conquer. In saving the country, it's not a one-man show from the top down or the bottom up. It's all of the above, and that's what I'm in for.
So I actually have a lot of thoughts on this because I found this story to be fascinating. I do think multiple things on this front can be true at the same time, that they do have differing philosophies and approaches to achieve the same end goal. Elon being the tech guy, Vivek, the book smart constitutional law perspective. I think that factored in. I think egos and brainiacs butting heads factors in. Also, the ability and the opportunity for him to do what he's doing in Ohio politics. But I'm going to bring up Elon Musk. I'm going to set Vivek aside to the moment. Newsweek and New Republic, two interesting stories on Elon Musk. I don't know if you saw this story. Susie Wiles basically had to tell Elon Musk that he will not have a office, so to speak, inside the White House. There's reports out there, again, take them for what they're worth, they're reports, that Elon Musk has been a little overbearing. He is not the co-president of the United States, and he's a little annoying. Elon Musk, according to Newsweek, responded to that and kind of shot it down and had fun with it. So I do get the sense that, and I know we're only in week 2 of 4 years, and I'm not saying there will be a falling out. I'm not saying Elon Musk will all of a sudden become a Democrat. But I think there will get to a point where Elon Musk wears out his welcome with a lot of people because he's not an elected official. I mean, Doge is not even a true federal agency to my knowledge. It's like a vanity project. So I do think at some point the Elon Musk thing will kind of fizzle and flame out.
I think the office, we dealt with that. Trump dealt with that in the last administration, because there are legal issues and technicalities and, quite frankly, jealousy. And so they were called out all over the place for who was in the West Wing. Remember, wasn't it Omarosa? And they just took away her key card. And oh my goodness, because in the first administration, Trump, he was still he was a private enterprise guy, and so they didn't have all the rules down. But I think there are some rules involving this and who can be in the West Wing, and they have some protocols.
Yep.
As far as Vivek goes, I think that the decline happened after. Remember when he put out the word about the H-1B visa, and it was all over AI and who are we going to hire and how can we hire all of the people that are needed that are really good at technology, math and science, AIs. And so he was speaking as an advocate for people from India because they have an amazing educational system and that's who we hire. And so he kind of put out that is kind of an angry H-1B visa tweet. And I think, first of all, everybody has a moment, but I think the timing of it, and it received a lot of backlash from people saying, what are you talking about, Americans? And we're not lazy and we should get first crack at these jobs. I just think there were a lot of knives in his back at that point. I don't necessarily think it's one Elon or whatever. But I think he probably just realized he knew all along he was going to want to run for governor.
Yeah. He wants to be. I mean, he was angling probably to be the vice president for Trump, leading up to Vance getting the nomination. So
yeah. I mean, he was, and by all accounts from all the sources, Vivek was a top 3, top 5 guy, and then reportedly, by the way, Trump lobbied hard with Bill DeWine in Ohio to appoint Vivek to that Senate job.
Right.
But just as what happened with the Florida governor with DeSantis, they want their own guy.
Yeah.
And DeSantis did it. Mike DeWine did it. You can understand that. But Trump was, once I think Vivek said that was, by multiple reports that Trump was trying to give him what he wanted. And so I think now he'll go for the gov job.
Yep. Tasha sends a tweet in regards to the golfing comment I made with Hillary Clinton with that clip. She says the golfers don't live in the U.S. They don't speak English. Why would we expect them to assimilate to a country where they don't live in? LOL. Well, if you've been on the PGA Tour for 15 years or any professional sport, let's say you're an Asian baseball player or a Dominican baseball player, if you are living in the United States most of the year and you've been in this country making millions of dollars in an American pro sports league and you haven't learned enough English to do a post-game interview, to me, that's ridiculous. That's lazy. That's ignorant. When I took my honeymoon to Italy for 12 days, I felt embarrassed that I couldn't even say hello or thank you or you're welcome in Italian. You're going to make millions here and you've been here for 15 years. Stop being lazy and learn the language.
There's a new Captain America. Nick, I know you're not a comic book guy, but they replaced Chris Evans with Anthony Mackie. And I'm bringing this up not because I care anything about superhero movies. However, it does appear that the new Captain America might be a little woke.
Ah, jeez. This is why I'm a Batman-only guy.
Because he made this comment at, by the way, it's Captain America Brave New World. It's supposed to come out this year.
Okay.
This is Anthony Mackie. He made this comment about what Captain America represents. Roll it.
For me, Captain America represents a lot of different things, and I don't think the term, America should be one of those representatives.
Oh, okay. I actually like him. He was good in that Justin Timberlake movie with offshore poker and gambling. He was the federal agent in that movie. Yeah, but this reminds me of Woke Snow White.
Yes,
where they're trying
exactly.
to repackage. Is this a Disney or a DC Comics movie? But either way, it's Hollywood. So
this is Marvel.
This is Marvel.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't Disney own that? So it's the same. So Snow White. They all.
So the title is Captain
Ding,
America.
ding, 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 ding.
But it's not about America. That would be like having a movie, a new Batman reboot called Gotham, but it's not about Gotham City. Well, what the hell is it about then? These people. Just stop. It's going to bomb. I'm telling you right now, it'll bomb.
What did Snow White do? What did the new Snow White do?
Remember she was what did it do number-wise?
Number-wise.
That's a good question. I don't know.
This new Captain America movie does not look like the Hulk is red. I don't know. I just don't. I'm not the biggest comic book movie guy, but I don't know. I just feel like, why are we constantly doing these movies? I guess because they make a lot of money.
I guess they do. Some are blockbuster type stuff, big box office draws, but they don't move the needle for me other than the Batman series. I've never been.
You have girls too. So.
Yeah, but I've never been like Spider-Man or DC Marvel, Wolverine, like that stuff. That's never really been my forte.
By the way, Nick, there's a lot of people on the chat calling you out for if you want people to speak the language, you should learn how to speak.
Yeah, you should. You've lived here long enough.
You, Nick Kayal, should learn to speak the language.
Kanji, certain things.
Oh, yeah, you know what? That's a good one. It's fair. It's fair.
Come on. I'm just.
No, that's totally fair.
I throw bombs here. That's what I do. All right, let's go to Paulsboro, New Jersey, shall we?
Yeah.
Did you guys see this? This is body cam footage of New Jersey Councilman Theodore Holloway.
Not good.
Cursing and yelling at a cop after he was pulled over for running a stop sign. He can be heard saying, "You actually pulled over an elected official.
Oh.
You're not pulling over a random. You're pulling over your boss. I am literally your boss."
He pulled the boss celebrity card. Yeah, I remember a sports radio host that did that back in the day with a cab driver over cab fare. It didn't end well. Yeah.
I just think it's significant that this happened in early January.
Yep.
And that the police the reason everybody's talking about it, we're talking about it now, and it's making international news, this incredible video, is I think the cops, the union is calling for him to be fired or resign. And
the pulled over, the officer that did the stop?
Yes, this is horrific that this council member spoke to a cop like this. And so I think nothing was happening. And, it's public domain. Let's put that video out there.
Okay.
Roll it.
Oh, man, what's going on? Why are you acting this way?
All right, freeze it. First of all, I need to keep the video up there. We need the picture up there. Right there. My guy's driving a minivan.
Uh-oh.
Dawn. I get banged on for driving a truck that's a 6-cylinder and not an 8-cylinder.
He's a local councilman. He's not making, bang.
Well, he can't afford a Honda Accord from Piazza. He's rocking the minivan as a dude with a camo jacket. Double violation.
He just ran through, was it a stop? I think it's through a stop sign. Just blew through a stop sign.
Okay. Well, he said he stopped as much as he could.
All right.
Hang on. We've all done that. We've all done the rolling stop.
Well, you've been in no man's land.
And if you're listening and you say, I've never done that, you're lying, because everybody's done it.
Jolly Road, you know the road, right? Up by Greater Plymouth Community Center, right?
I go down Jolly Road every day.
Oh, if you slightly roll, which I've done before, they are all over that road.
Right by Mermaid Lake.
Yep. And they're going to pull you over, and I always go, "Officer, I'm so sorry."
Yep.
That's my first words out of my mouth. "Officer, I'm so sorry."
I just tell them I host Kayal and Company, and they let me go.
Get on over to YouTube if you want to see this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If not, Nick can describe it. All right, let's keep rolling.
Yep.
I want to know what exactly are you getting behind me for? Stop sign. You didn't stop at a stop sign.
I did stop as much as I can stop.
Yeah.
You didn't stop at all. You rolled through that joint.
Are you serious, cuz?
I am serious.
Do whatever you gotta do. What do you need?
I got you. Just let me see your license, man.
God, Jesus Christ. What do you need? Don't think I ain't gonna talk to Gary about this.
What's that got to do with anything?
It's got a lot to do with it. Bro, I'm going home. You know me.
I got you.
You act like I'm running around here with my gun toting, weed smoking. Son, I'm the one that hired you. I'm bringing you on. Are you crazy? Yes. Absolutely. On your camera. I put you on.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
You got the registration insurance on you, man?
Jesus Christmas.
Why you acting like this, man? It's on your car.
I'm trying to go home, bro.
I got you. I understand
I live right there, bro. Like you actually pulled over an elected official.
Uh-oh.
Bro, you're not pulling over a random. You're pulling over your boss.
Uh-oh.
I literally your boss. Like.
A second police officer arrives on the scene.
He rolls through it. I turned my lights off. I was freaking out. Why are you pulling me here? He started yelling at the out the window. Yeah. Pull over right here. I said, "Don't pull over." He gets out. Obviously, he's not happy. He's upset. I'm an elected official. I hired you. Keely's right here about this. This is a legend of fans. I didn't roll. Stuff like that.
I mean, technically, he broke the law.
He broke the law. He's not above the law. He probably doesn't even, he's not even in charge of these officers.
This guy is crazy.
What's going on?
You know who I am, right?
You know who I am.
You do not know who I am either?
I do, sir.
Oh, all right. Exactly. Anyway, Chief, please talk with them. Tell them that when you get behind elected officials, tell them, oh, my bad, hey, you should stop at the stop sign. See you go about your business. Not here, dude. I need your license, registration, insurance. Why you treat me like I'm some mother?
So, Eric.
All right, listen, man. You received just one citation, all right? I cut you a break on a stop sign, where your registration's expired since July of last year, all right? There's nothing I can do with that, all right? So it's just one citation. It's not court.
And his registration expired.
You're not guilty. I
6 months
ago. Number on the top right
Yeah.
for you. Provide more information.
Yeah, so Eric Adams can be raided by the feds. Donald Trump can face 34 felony charges, but the township solicitor of Bumblewatt, New Jersey, is above the law. Get out of here!
Don't say that about the fine
Paulsboro.
residents of Paulsboro.
Paulsboro. Give me a break. This guy playing the celebrity card. What does he think? He's Tyreek Hill from the Dolphins on NFL Sunday? Remember that story?
Yes.
Give me a break. I would have given him double for Guff.
For Guff.
That's just ridiculous.
So they're calling on the officer to resign?
I believe the union. No. I believe the police union has called for. Initially, I think they called for an apology.
Okay.
And then they just said this guy should resign. But that's the police union.
Gotcha.
Because the officer is just so, he's really rolling with it and taking a lot of disrespect.
Yes.
And at the very least, I think that this, Theodore, come on, man, just apologize. The office and the officers the officer doesn't know what to do.
Yes.
So good for him. He calls the chief of the Paulsboro Police Department.
Right. Who is his boss?
Who is? And he goes, hey, chief. And then he does the right thing.
Yeah.
Tells everything, records everything.
And identities matter in this world with the media and the way things are covered. These are African-American police officers. So it's not even like, the white cop pulled over the black. The guy with the officers are black.
That cop could not have been nicer to that guy.
True.
Like he didn't. He says, "Yeah, I know you are, but you ran a stop sign. Your registration's expired. Like anybody else, you broke the law. Anybody else, I would give a ticket to. I'm giving you a ticket."
Yes, I mean that's what my job is. Stop.
Ridiculous.
But it shows you how there's you mentioned ethnicity.
Yeah.
The officer's African American. I believe that the police chief, Gary Kayal, he's a white man, right? But the ethnicity doesn't matter.
No, it shouldn't.
But to your point, this councilman, he sees blue. He sees blue. He doesn't. So he is disrespectful to the blue, to the badge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why the union is speaking out about this, saying this is wrong.
I love how all of a sudden abiding by the law and following an officer's order became optional.
Yep. Since we have so many people over here on YouTube, let me play this. I was going to play this yesterday. I teased it, but this is cut 6. So hat tip to Stunt Brain Michael Palco for finding this for me. He sent it to me on Sunday, and I love this stuff. We need to do a parody of what Philadelphia is like in in 2025.
Okay.
This is a Philly tourism promotional video from 1960.
Oh, I love this.
So, it's the people saying, hey, come to our lovely city of Philadelphia. How could we make this in 2025? That's what I'm going to challenge you guys with, how we can do this. Maybe if Newman Price is listening, get on over to YouTube if you want to see this, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick, you can describe it if, for those of you who can't do that, roll it.
It has everything you're looking for, and it's easy to get to.
Wow.
Pleasant scenic driving, no traffic or congestion.
Convertible car?
On the 2 great turnpikes that lead into the city.
Look at the turnpike.
Look at that turnpike.
There's Lansdale. It's exit 31.
If you arrive from the east, you'll enter Philadelphia over the wide, beautiful bridge that spans the Delaware.
I love that voice.
Or if you go by train, you'll travel on wonderful streamlined accommodations right into Philadelphia's great 30th Street Station.
Look at that.
If you fly, you'll land at the new $15 million airport, a real tourist attraction in itself. The serious business of life doesn't take up all of Philadelphia's time by any means. Bobby, I'm sure you'd go for a big league baseball game in Connie Mack Stadium. And Dad can watch the horses run out of one of the 3 nearby
Bet on the
racetracks.
ponies. Oh, yeah. Nice necklace.
Lots of national television shows originate from Philadelphia's great TV stations.
Yeah.
Here's Bandstand. Visitors can get in on this one.
Nice
Just
dresses.
grab a partner and join the crowd on the
Yep.
dance floor. But first, you better tell your friends back home.
No
so they don't
no
miss
fat
seeing
zones.
you
Not a fat
on
person to be
television.
found.
Nope.
Yes, Philadelphia's a swell place to spend your vacation. For practical reasons, too, Mom. It's a great shopping center.
Downtown?
And after shopping, you're right in the heart of the city's many hotels and restaurants. Accommodations for every kind of budget.
Suits.
You can get a delicious dinner with all the trimmings for just a few nickels and dimes.
Yeah.
At one of
Nick,
the famous
just a
automats.
few nickels and dimes.
Philadelphia, you know,
Cup of coffee.
was the home of the world's first automat.
Look at this. Just like in the Odyssey kitchen right there.
I love this.
I do too.
love this. I think we need to go back to the 1960s.
No
Thank you very
vandalism, no fat people, no people disconnected and not socializing with other people. Everybody just grabbing along, grabbing a hand, swinging around. I love that voiceover guy, by the way.
Frank Rizzo.
Was that Rizzo's voice?
No.
No.
You're a creep.
But he was the, he served as the first Philadelphia, the police department, the commissioner, right?
Yeah.
From 67 to 71.
There you go.
Was that during that video, Greg?
That is correct.
That
That's
Rizzo?
the 60s.
Yeah.
There you go.
The 1960s. It's just so. What would a 2025 Philadelphia tourism video sound
It
like?
would be. It would sound and look just like the clip we played at 6:05 in the news with somebody trying to run over an Eagles. Can we actually play them side by side in like 10-second little snippets?
Phil, I just sent you a video. If you
The
can grab it for me.
de-evolution of human society.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We have more medicine, more technology, more resources, more money, and we're like cavemen. Yet back in the day when you were supposed to be a caveman, you had grace, you had decorum, you had civility, you had respect. Yes, sir. No, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome.
Philadelphia actually, from that tour, and now, granted, it's a tourism video, I understand, but it actually looked like a lovely place then, didn't it?
I think that was Jimmy Kelly on the sidewalk running around as a little kid.
Philadelphia is a beautiful city.
Yeah.
And that's what's so sad about, the crime. And I mean, you drive around this, we are a beautiful city. And it pains me that we have this, bad image, and the crime to go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's amazing. I guess we don't have that.
We don't have the video?
No, we do.
We do?
I see Phil working on it.
Phil's
This
working on
is what 2025 Philadelphia would look like. Hang on here. I can see him working on it.
It's in the hopper. He's drug it over with the mouse.
He's working as fast as he can.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I just sent it to him.
Button. He's like Aaron Glenn with a Jets interview. Just taking his time, doing his thing back there.
There we go.
Ready to yell at
This is the tourism video for Philadelphia. It's 2025.
Look at this guy.
Cover your eyes.
There's Kensington.
Oh my God.
There it is.
It's a chiropractic nightmare. Look at all these backs, all the bad backs and necks. Everybody's hunched over. Not a straight spine to be seen.
You know what we should do? Phil, start the video.
Look at this guy in the lawn chair.
Start the video over again. Hang on. I want to do something. Start the video over again.
You're gonna play the music, aren't you?
I'm gonna play the voiceover. Hang on. All right, ready?
This is gonna be glorious.
Pleasant scenic driving, no traffic or congestion. On the 2 great turnpikes that lead into the city. If you arrive from the east, you'll enter Philadelphia over the wide, beautiful bridge that spans the Delaware. Or if you go by train, you'll travel on wonderful streamlined accommodations right into Philadelphia's great 30th Street Station. If you fly, you'll land at the new $15 million airport, a real tourist attraction in itself. The serious business of life doesn't take up all of Philadelphia's time.
There's an A.J. Brown jersey.
I'm sure you'd go for a big league baseball game at Connie Mack Stadium.
There you go. Okay. You understand.
You imagine in 2025 rolling through Kensington, you roll the window down and say, hey, which way to Connie Mack Stadium?
This is Cut 23 here, Phil. These TikTokers are losing their minds because you can't get the X marker on your passport anymore. You know the X marker? You know, where it's male, female, X.
Oh, we're back to two genders?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, look at this video, by the way, of this person freaking out here. Roll it.
Hey, y'all. It's me again. I can't get a passport right now. And little fun fact for you, in case you didn't know.
Nice choker.
For people with gender markers that do not match their appearance, or the gender marker X that are trying to go through United States borders right now, they're being stopped and they're being detained. Hey, can you guys do me a favor and research this funny little thing called V-coding?
Yeah, what am I, your producer?
Yo, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I gotta go to work like nothing's happening right now.
Well, dental work, maybe?
This person's going to start... Oh, my Lord. It's like the Joker.
Is that the Kensington Carrot Top?
This person should be on a watch list, in my opinion.
This is sad.
We're watching a mental breakdown.
Boy, that Nick Kayal, what a radical he was by saying that these people have mental health issues.
I have so much more that I think we should get it to on the other side.
Yeah.
We have Fetterman versus The View. Trump spoke yesterday to... Where was he? He was at the...
Fetterman on The View?
No. Trump spoke yesterday. Do we know where he was when he spoke?
He's gone to Carolina, California. I don't know where
he was. Well, he was at one point. He was in Florida.
Yeah.
He was in Miami, right? No, he was in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah,
right?
he was
West
getting
Palm?
ripped. So, some left-wing social media influencer yesterday was criticizing because he was playing a round of golf.
And by the way, AOC confirms to Jon Stewart that, in fact, there are a bunch of insider trading crooks in Congress.
I've got some figures to back it up, allegedly.
So why don't we do that on the other side?
Yeah, that's cool. And I'm going to use the little boys' room, and this time I'll go sink, all right? No sanitizer.
Yeah,
sink.
Other people have to use that studio. I mean,
really.
One other person.
Wash your hands.
Dom.
Rich.
Yeah, Rich ain't coming in ever again. It's over. So, yeah, I'll go use the sink, and we'll reconvene. And if Phil wants to confirm my sink usage, maybe we'll do that as well. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company.
Well, you know by now my love for What a Crock meals, whatacrock.com. They are so delicious and really do take the stress off of cooking, meal planning, thinking about what's for dinner. What a Crock has tons of meals that do not require a slow cooker too. So you can boil the meals in a bag, cook them in your Instant Pot or right there on your stovetop. No prep, no mess, zero stress needed to cook What a Crock's meals. Everything comes prepackaged and it's good to go. It's ready to cook. I did this yesterday because I just forgot in the morning. I was running around. And so I was like, they're like, what's for dinner? I'm like, so pull out the bag out of the freezer, boil the bag. And that's the thing. Everything is still it's easy to clean up. And I love that too. What a Crock meals, they make an excellent gift for anybody who can use help in the kitchen or an easy meal. People recovering from surgery or illness, new parents, college students, or maybe as a sorry for your loss. Be sure to try meals from their new winter seasonal meal, like the classic homemade chili. That's what we had last night. It was delicious. Creamy Swedish meatballs, hearty beef burgundy, and cheesy broccoli cheddar ale soup. All delicious and all, well, I could lie and say it's homemade. It is homemade, just not by me. Thanks to whatacrock.com. Use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
At California Psychics, we know that when you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked, even the average ones. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped. And all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be flaunting your love life in public real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Unbelievable. I'm fired up. Where's my Pierce Morgan drop? I'm fobbed off. Fobbed off. As we continue on Kayal and Company. Leave the men's room during this last commercial break.
Uh-oh.
Odyssey Sales Rep Tuesday, where everybody comes in for their 1 day a week. And I can't get from the men's room back to my comfortable little quaint studio without being harassed, mocked, ridiculed, and laughed at by multiple reps that will go unnamed until I go to HR and file a complaint. I'm offended. I feel like I'm under attack.
Yep.
And I need to find my peace.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where we're streaming live. Please hit the like and subscribe button. If you're watching right now, please hit the like and subscribe button. Also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button. The follow button. Super important. It costs you nothing. And it does absolutely nothing to you. You'll get live updates. Like we sent one out at like 6:10 this morning. So you'll get live breaking news updates or whatever we're talking about. Make sure you hit the follow button for us. We won't spam you, I promise. I promise. We're not going to fill up your phone with nonsense. Trump was at the House GOP retreat in Florida. I think that's what Dawn was referring to.
Okay.
He made a couple statements here. Thank you, Def Leppard. You'll find out why I'm playing Def Leppard Photograph coming up at 9:50 this morning. With
1 hour from now.
Yeah, with Phil's Today in Music History. Let's just go down the line with some of the stuff he's saying. Let's start here with cut 25, Phil, if you will. Roll Trump at the GOP House retreat in Florida yesterday.
I've also deployed troops to the border, and for the first time in history, we're locating and loading illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came. And very importantly, America is respected again. We're respected again. Isn't that nice? You know, after years of laughing at us like we're stupid people. And as you saw yesterday, we've made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, and they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price. And
all right. 25% tariffs if you don't follow the game plan. You know, I always find it amazing that some individuals had no problem with illegal immigrants being flown to airports in fields in the middle of the night, like they were, a traveling circus and being dropped off. Remember the Logan International Airport in Boston? You had migrants that were just laying on the floors of the terminals while normal customers are trying to get from point A to point B. Yet there will be some people triggered over the fact that this administration is flying them out of the country.
Nick, you talk a lot about meritocracy. Trump brought that up yesterday. This is cut 26. Go.
A lot of votes. I think we got a lot of votes because they saw it was weaponization. It was a fight against a political opponent. I ordered the end to all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense policies across the government and all across the private sector and the military. We got it. We're getting it out, and we've gotten it out pretty much. We did that in 1 week. And it wasn't that easy, but everybody wanted it people that were strongly in favor of it, I thought, called me and said, thank God you got rid of that. That was so bad. It was so bad we hated it. We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the Supreme Court of the United States. It was a big thing, and the United States has become a meritocracy again. We are a country that's based now on merit for success. Merit. If you're good at what you do, you're going to go places. I made it and who would have thought that was going to happen? We didn't even talk about that one because I figured that one was going to be toughest to get. And so we are now, if you do a meritorious job, if you do something where you're just outstanding, you advance. And that's what it's about. It's about competition, and it's about a lot of things. And the other becomes a very dangerous plateau. We were on that plateau too long, and it's one of the reasons that you saw very bad things happening with our country.
I love it. It's the guiding principle to life, in my opinion, no matter what the institution or the entity is, whether it's taxpayer funded or private, whether it's media or government. I mean, if you don't like competition, I mean, you and I probably won't get along too well. I'm a very competitive person. I love the fact that they're getting rid of this in the military. There was actually a talking head yesterday. I forget who it was. It was a contributor or a guest saying now that they've ended DEI in the military, the United States military will be less ready when conflict arises. And I'm sitting there, less ready. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, wait a minute. So we're going from somebody that might be 75% qualified to do the job to somebody that's 100%. And your argument is we're now more vulnerable as a nation or a military? Makes zero sense whatsoever. But, I mean, is there anybody, I mean, Dawn, I'm sure you love competition. Stocker, you want to beat everybody in radio.
Thank you.
You love competition.
To the ground.
I mean, whether it's realistic or not, I mean,
the last one standing.
Exactly right.
Sorry.
I mean, I love competition. The fact that some people, and I get not everybody's wired the same way, but it doesn't mean you have to lower expectations over the sake of making sure that people feel a part of the party. It might have been a harsh reality in school when you didn't sit at the cool kids table at lunch. I get it. It sucks. But when you're an adult, like you produce, and you know what really radio is? It's meritocracy.
It is.
I mean, have you ever seen how quickly some radio can change over, or television? Unless you're CNN, then you just get reassigned 18 different times. But other than that, you either perform or you're out.
Yeah, I just think that for all of this, the people who say, oh, this is terrible, this is bad for America, it's opposite land. And it's really, once again, a policy by Democrats, or I'm not even going to say Democrats, progressives, who say, oh, don't worry, we're going to take care of you. If you're whatever, if you're gender nonspecific, or you're female, or you're a person of ethnicity, or a person of color, as they say, like we all hate those labels. Mm-hmm. But they're saying, don't worry, we'll make sure. So what you're doing is that kind of philosophy demeans those very people. It's demeaning and demoralizing to them. And then even when somebody is hired because of merit, everybody might assume when they first meet them, oh, well, so-and-so, DEI.
Yeah.
And so it's actually the opposite. It's so disrespectful.
Because you could have somebody that is truly qualified, that was the best of the best. There could have been 10 people that applied for a position, and the most talented, deserving person was somebody in one of those, quote, communities, and then they never get the credit because it's always the speculation of, oh, he's got to be or she's got to be a DEI hire. Not necessarily the case. And the other thing I always pointed out, too, was when I always looked at small businesses versus corporations. The big corporations, the Targets, the Kohl's that were doing DEI, they could do DEI and they will be fine from a bottom line standpoint unless they do political advertising and messaging, which then creates boycotts. But they could withstand not to have the best employees because they're just so massively powerful. You ever see DEI hires in a mom and pop business of 7 or 8 employees? No, because they would go out of business. I say that all the time. I said it to my mother-in-law. I was like, Judy, so let me ask you something. You need 10 people for Music Fest. Do you want the 10 best, or do you want to be a bag of Skittles and have one of everything? Because I know that this means the world to you for your livelihood for these next 10 days in Bethlehem. And she would, give me her rebuttal. I'm like, that's a lie. You know you're taking the 10 best. You'll fire me if I'm not up to par, and I'm your son-in-law.
Well, but by the way, think about that. that, there are in place anti-discrimination laws.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's an ignoramus or they're an ist, they're sexist, they're racist, but, there are federal laws, there are local laws, there are state level laws. So there are all kinds of laws that basically say if you're an ignoramus, you're going to get sued or what have you. So that exists for housing, for jobs. So we should enforce those or call out the ignoramuses of the world. But I really think that if you're a business person and you're hiring people, like you're saying, you want the best person.
Yep.
President Trump at the GOP House retreat in Florida yesterday appears to call for the end of federal income taxes.
Oh, boy, that'd be glorious.
He says it's time America returns to the system that made us richer. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. Roll it.
He's going to be very rich again, and it's going to happen very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. Do you know the United States in 1870 to 1913, all tariffs, and that was the richest period in the history of the United States, relatively speaking. In other words, relatively. And they set up the Great Tariff Commission of 1887, and this commission had one function: what to do with all the money that we took in. It was so enormous that they had no idea. It was a blue ribbon committee. It was set up 1887, and what to do with all of the money that we had. And again, Teddy Roosevelt was a beneficiary because when McKinley was killed, he took over this vast sum of money, and he did all of those national parks and all of the other things. And I'm not knocking him, but he was given a vast amount of money, and that was all made through tariffs. We had no income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right?
Makes total sense. Will not happen. I don't think in my lifetime that we will ever see something like that again that occurred up until 1913. Although I don't know anybody that would be against it. It was great when I lived in Tennessee. No state income tax, but they get you other ways. I mean, I was paying, I think the sales tax in Tennessee was 9% or 9.75. So I don't see that happening, but boy, I don't know anybody that would be against it.
No, and by the way, in Delaware County, they it just got overturned, but they are going to go for again in Delco to have an income tax, 1% to 3% of your income in Delaware County.
Wow.
Right. So if you work there,
yeah,
or
and
you live there,
but you don't live there, it's basically taxation without representation, right?
Yeah. So
I mean, you're going to pay a tax, and you have no say in anything that goes on there.
So in Philadelphia, for example, if let's say you work in Montgomery County, but you come into Philadelphia, which you do,
yeah,
then you will pay a different tax than I pay. You'll pay less because you don't live in the city,
okay,
but you still pay
I still pay a wage tax. Yeah.
AOC was on the Jon Stewart podcast, and she seems to confirm that Congress is filled with a bunch of, quote, inside trading crooks who get rich buying and selling stocks in industries they're responsible for regulating.
I've got facts to back this claim up.
This is courtesy of the weekly show with Jon Stewart podcast. Just giving credit where credit's due. Roll it.
There need to be Democrats who walk the walk and talk the talk. There is an insane amount of hypocrisy, and the hypocrisy is what gets exploited to use the cynicism. And wherever there's a hypocritical window, for example, I think one of the most biggest examples of this is insider trading in Congress. Like,
dude, I don't know if I do I give snaps? I don't know what the kids do anymore, but dude. It is that's so crazy.
It's so crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, and this is the thing. It's like people think that everyday people are stupid. I'm like, do you all really think that people don't see this?
They sit on a committee, they get information about a drug or a contract or a thing. They immediately make a call. The stockbroker changes things, and their portfolio swells.
Explodes. It explodes.
What are we doing?
And you're doing this on public trust.
Right.
On taxpayer finance, public, facilities. Of course.
You're regulating the market that you're trading on.
Exactly. And
You
like
run the casino.
And then we're supposed to act like money doesn't only corrupts Republicans? Give me a break.
Wow.
Might be the first time I agree with everything she just said. That's first of all, I need that Stewart snort isolated. We're going to compare the Jon Stewart snort to the Stalker snort. The New York Post, Nancy Pelosi's husband, made $38 million worth of stock trades in weeks leading up to Trump inauguration. Paul Pelosi, the venture capitalist, sold $24 million of Apple stock, as well as $5 million worth of shares in AI chip maker NVIDIA. Both of these transactions were executed on New Year's Eve, according to government filings. Now, what's wild about this is technically, and I don't know what the time lapse might be between like Pelosi making a transaction and you getting it publicly, but there is an X feed that is run by Christopher Joseph. He is a tech entrepreneur who operates the handle Nancy Pelosi Stock Tracker. And he's been doing it since January 21st. And it's an app and a Twitter handle that allows you to follow the moves identical to Paul Pelosi. Now, I don't know how much time goes by between his transaction versus it being available, because you're not going to get the same price and all of that. And obviously you might not have the means to, sell $38 million worth on a $174,000 government job. But in theory, you could do the same trading the Pelosi's do if you follow this account and make a nice penny.
Throw them in jail.
That too. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to follow Paul Pelosi's moves on my marginalized, ratio compared to theirs and just leave this job right now. I'll see you guys later. Pelosi's. Did AOC say anything wrong there?
No.
That is one. And look, is she probably in on it too? You probably could argue that. But
well, if she is, believe me, her fellow Dems are going to throw her under the bus.
Mhm.
She better watch it.
I get, what's weird? I'm actually going to say this. I get the feeling that she's not. I think there might be a few, Dem and Republican. You could probably put them on one hand of all the senators, all the congressmen and women, everybody in the swamp. You could probably, that's thousands of individuals. You could probably put them on one hand that don't do any of the alleged insider trading, which would be like 0.007% of them. But there might be like one or two, reputable apples that don't, financially abuse the system.
Nick, you found this. Phil, do we have this? Cut 31 here. So there's a female rapper by the name of Dank Demos.
I've got a whole playlist of her.
Do you?
No. Never heard of her until I sent you this clip 5 minutes ago.
I've never heard of her either. So how do we describe her? She
calorically challenged.
Dawn, look, we try and be fair and nice, and we understand that people have issues. But this woman, her belly starts below her chest and goes all the way down to about her thighs.
Yeah, her belly goes from Miami to the equator.
This is what my brother John calls the falling uterus.
Yes. A pouch for short.
It's John.
Or a fap.
Mm-hmm. A fap.
I can't. A fupa. Yeah, there you go. I can't say.
I can't
say what they.
Yeah, you guys can spell it out.
Never mind.
Okay. The reason we bring up Dank Demos, the female rapper, because she has slapped Lyft. The ride-sharing service Lyft, with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit just days after the company issued her an apology because she was too big to fit in the driver's car.
Yes. For those who don't know, Lyft is like the rival to Uber.
So I'm assuming this video, because I didn't watch it, I just saw the picture on Instagram. I'm assuming this is a video. I'm assuming we watched this and there's no curse words on it?
I did not. I've watched it, but I watched it on silent. So
all right.
Hopefully, Phil.
Roll it, Phil.
Listens.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Do you see that?
So there is no audio. Okay, so that's her. We might have to just freeze up these screenshots from Lyft, and I might read the posts. Yeah,
Okay.
let's. If we don't have audio moving forward, maybe we just don't
No, it's good. Like, I like the video.
Yeah, let's go back. Is there a different post in the beginning? Okay, so Lyft says 6 days ago on some social app, verified with a blue check mark, at Dank DeMoss, we're disheartened to look at this driver's unacceptable behavior. Please DM us at your earliest convenience for additional support. We'd like to address this as soon as possible. You know, the same rule applies for Uber or Lyft as it does for American Airlines or Delta. You can't sue the airline because you can't fit in the seat. And no, you don't get a second seat or a whole row pro bono because your excess flappage takes up more than one seat.
Let me ask Dank a question. I don't know. I'm sure she's a young lady. Have you ever seen an 80-year-old that looks like you do?
No, because they don't get there.
Yeah. You're going to be dead by 50.
Right.
If you don't, well, Nick will too. But
Genetics.
but you're going to be dead by 50 if you don't do something. So,
Yes.
take some of this. Don't say fat is beautiful and it's me and this is my true
see, it's
self.
not, I don't even buy that anymore, Greg. Yeah. It's not that it's beautiful. It's I'm just going to publicly advocate for my self-created victimhood and then seek an easy payday. You're right. No, I agree with you on the one, and I've said this before. If you have done everything possible to lose weight,
it's
medically, exercise,
Agreed.
diet, and you can't, I feel for you. But if it's sheer lack of discipline, then I don't feel bad for you.
I say this all the time. We could, I'm sure everybody on this show can say that we could stand to lose, not Dawn, Nick and I could stand to lose 10 to 15 pounds. I'm not sitting here saying that I'm the picture of, Adonis health. I'm just saying that I really do try. Like, I work out. I'm really trying to eat healthy. But there's a whole culture that looks at that and says, "Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful." No, it's not. It's unhealthy.
Well, but they're contradicting themselves. You're beautiful, but you're a victim. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Right? I'm sorry. If seats A, B, and C are for sale on American Flight 747, they're for sale because we want 3 customers in them, and we're expecting to get 3 times the cost. You don't get the other 2 just because you don't fit for free. Well, that's insane. What logic? How does that make sense?
Dawn.
I'm just glad that Trump is going to work to make America healthy again.
Thank you.
And all of these additives. Yeah. I'm telling you, all this stuff.
That ain't from additives.
No, it is. It actually is.
Yeah.
Because your fat cells store all that additive stuff that
He's been adding a lot of calories to her diet.
It doesn't know what to do with. Yeah. And I do blame that. And it starts in childhood. And then it's like impossible to lose. So as we start to reveal all of that, I do hope we have a really healthy a positive energy, healthy conversation about how we can all be healthier and have nutrition. And all. If somebody sits next to me and they're a big person, I'm like totally. I'm going to move over. Because 99% of people are self-conscious.
Yeah. I am not.
I mean?
I am not going to be rude to somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, of course not.
If somebody sits down and I have extra space and they need a little extra space, But like these companies that you're going to try to sue them. What personal accountability and responsibility? Uber or Lyft are not guilty of anything.
Yep.
Well, but they could, because remember they revolutionized, with taxi cabs and all that kind of thing. They could, in fact, start just offering, hey, I have a bigger vehicle, or, people have done that with airlines and whatnot.
Okay.
So in private enterprise, they could say we have, for whatever reason, maybe you're 6'5", maybe you're John Fetterman.
What scumbag lawyer took this to, by the way? It's like, oh, yeah, you could sue. F that lawyer that took it.
Yep. Oh, and F the jury and the judge.
Victimhood creeps.
Yeah. Well, blame the people that set the precedent.
Everybody's a damn victim.
I'll tell you what, if I was a judge and that showed up in my court docket, dismissed.
Oh, God.
Get going.
Bottom feeders. Sorry.
I agree.
By the way, we didn't mention this yesterday. Trump, over the weekend, terminated the security details for Fauci and John Bolton. Well, I was wondering what you guys thought about that. Let's play the clip of him discussing this. This is cut 4, Phil, and then I want to get both your reaction to this. Cut 4, go.
But you can't have a security detail for the rest of your life because you work for government. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Would you feel partially responsible if something were to happen to, say, Dr. Fauci
No.
or John Bolton?
No. You know, they all made a lot of money. They can hire their own security, too. All the people you're talking about, they can go out. I can give them some good numbers of very good security people. They can hire their own security. They all made a lot of money. Fauci made a lot of money. They all did. So if they, felt that strongly, I think that certainly I would not take responsibility.
I mean, you could look at this like he's taking his enemies and taking away their security detail.
Or you could look at it the way I did when I initially saw this story was, well, if they're as terrible as those on July 13th in Butler, PA, they ain't worth a damn anyway, so you might as well just get rid of them and find somebody else that can protect you. I mean, you have all of these people that made countless dollars. It's the same thing with security as I look at pardons. If you did nothing wrong, why do you need to be pardoned? If you didn't commit any crimes against humanity, why do you need Secret Service? And Fauci's now what, 80, 82, 83?
84.
84?
Yeah.
He's going to be gone soon anyway.
Oh, for God's sake, Kayal, what is wrong with you?
So he
No,
canceled.
He probably does need it because there are people out there that want him dead.
He
He's had
canceled
death threats.
50 security clearances. It's unprecedented. But he also included, his Mike Pompeo, who speaks on his behalf. So it wasn't just Fauci or John Bolton.
If AOC is correct
50.
with all the people that have made that money, you can afford security on your own now.
Some of these people, he's right. Fauci, look at the money that all of these people made. So I know they're saying it's unprecedented, but for those of you who say, well, this is terrible, you're paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't have security.
Yep.
Do you have security when you're walking?
Yeah,
Like,
I do. Actually, when I get off the elevator in the garage, I've got 2 guards with me at all times till I get on my truck and on Market Street. You never know.
Seriously, at this point, I think for Fauci, for Bolton, all these people, so Mike Pompeo, these people are wealthy people. They've made a ton of money. Get your own. At what point do we, the people, say no? I think we should review all of this. This is part of Doge.
So presidents shouldn't get security detail for the rest
So
of
you're
their
saying
lives?
a president?
I think presidents are fine. I think vice presidents, first and second ladies, things like that. NIH directors, no.
And there are only, think about it. He's number 47, but how many presidents have there been in the past? How many are still alive? And then he takes up 45 and 47. There aren't that many alive past presidents or their families.
Well, you know what, though? There's also this glorious thing called the Second Amendment. If Fauci feels like his life is in danger, purchase a firearm.
No, Nick, how much money did he make? Remember they did all those disclosures?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
The guy's filthy rich. All
I
these
agree.
people are filthy rich.
Oh, he's got millions in the bank from gain of function and all that. Yeah, he
So
can afford it.
we don't have to pay. I'm not paying. I'm sick of paying for all these people. And that's what Trump is saying. He's just saying he's exposing all of this and saying, hey, America, guess what you're paying for?
So Don Jr.
Look at your paycheck.
So Don Jr., Ivanka, Jared Kushner.
They're the first family right now, Greg. And they've had
in 4 years.
and they've had threats, and they've had assassination attempts.
So is Fauci.
I would cut it off probably after speakers of the House or Senate, minority and majority leaders. I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene needs, personal security.
Look, I think it was Tom Cotton just talking about this. I think that they will evaluate this, and if there are renewed threats or they see something, I think this has to be under constant review. That's my humble opinion.
By the way, I'm not arguing that Fauci and these people should have security details. You're right. They made a ton of money. They can do it themselves. I'm just saying that where does the line stop?
I think the high-ranking ones. I mean, the ones that you wouldn't even notice if they walked into your local coffee shop.
Yeah.
Like Dan Goldman from New York. You think Dan Goldman needs? I mean, you couldn't differentiate him from a stockbroker on Wall Street.
Agreed.
So what they're pointing out is that, and even I think Senator Cotton, I think, who's an incredible speaker and interviewee, but I think he's one of those saying maybe we should look at this. He's Arkansas because Bolton and Pompeo, as well as Brian Hook, a former senior policy advisor to Pompeo, they were all involved in planning and discussions of the deadly drone strikes against.
It has everything you're looking for, and it's easy to...
Sorry.
Soleimani.
Yeah.
We have to break, but real quick, Paul writes in, hello, people in the, he has a couple of thoughts on some of the things we were talking about today. He says people in the 60s were skinny because they smoked 24/7. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
I do agree with that. It's not the healthy. I mean, if you look at some of the food that our grandparents ate and our parents ate, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't exactly, the epitome of health, although it didn't have the additives in it that Dawn always reference. Vivek is good for 30 seconds before you want to run away with your hands over your ears. I agree with that, too.
Yeah.
And if I hire some illegals, I think he's a contractor, will Christy Nome pay me a visit?
Well, it depends. Do you need your dog killed? What do you need? Christy Nome can offer a lot of things, Yeah. 855-839-1210. Get your minds out of the gutter, folks. I was talking about pets. All right, don't forget you can join me this Sunday, February 2nd, for the grand opening of King Shooter Supply. Coming up at 346 East Church Road, King of Prussia, from 2 to 4 p.m. The gun store and shooting range you know and trust has just completed an addition with 7 more indoor lanes, so now they have 2 shooting bays with a total of 14 lanes. We might even be able to train Fauci how to use a firearm if you can't afford personal protection. 2 to 4 this Sunday in King of Prussia, and we're back after this.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
You know you've been testing fade, ignoring those home repairs. Start 2025 off right and call PJ Fitzpatrick to the rescue. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars on costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them on the web at trustpj.com. They'll save you some cash and they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm.
For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
I-24, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Tuesday.
That last spot, Henry's Hot Barbecue.
That sounded so
Sounds good.
Oh.
Where's that in? Somewhere in Jersey. Yeah.
Food drop?
Yeah.
I know what I'm gonna do. What a Crock has this barbecue that's actually. I might now. I have a taste for it. So
Pulled pork with some coleslaw on it.
Henry's Hot's Barbecue. If somebody's listening, or one of your sales reps.
Yum.
Happy to sample it live on the air.
Or 2400 Market. Sounds good.
White House press briefing coming up today, 1 p.m. Eastern, Caroline Leavitt. Is that the first one? And that's why I bring it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we will get the first post-binder press briefing of the Trump era.
Now, who will be her nemesis? Will it be Caitlyn?
I don't think
who will be the nemesis.
So
Collins or Acosta?
I don't think Caitlyn's going to be there. I think no. It's like she's positioning herself as like an insider White House person who gets the scoop. So she starts off her show with like, today at the White House, I learned this.
That Trump farted and he did not wash his hands.
I mean,
while the DOJ will look into possible articles of impeachment.
I mean, have you seen his diet? That those farts must be lethal.
Awful. Diet Coke and McDonald's. God. I mean, how can they be good?
Ugh.
All right. How about that for a transition?
You can clear a room better.
Segue. Clear out an audience, too, by talking about it for too long. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professionals utilizing award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Speaking of talent, let's get caught up in the world of news. The talented Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by First Bank. So we have number one as we look at what's going on in our Big 3. We have. I'm sorry, I just messed up my scripts here. So number one is, I'll take you to the ratings because I have that queued up here. Number one, as we talk about, Greg Stocker talks all the time about ratings.
Oh, yeah. By the way,
which
guys, another
shows
good month.
streaming, yes. Which streaming shows are number one? I know I sent you guys the story. And
Yes,
I
I
don't know if
love
you
the
had a chance to
story.
look
Yes,
at it.
I saw your email.
So what do you think as far as these streaming shows? The number one show, believe it or not, Bluey.
Yeah,
Bluey.
that's on all the time in my
Streaming.
house. It's on all the time in my
What,
house.
dare I ask what channel?
It's like a.
Is it a kid show?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Cartoon Network
Oh,
or Nick Jr. or one of those. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. We have it. We have it all. It might be Disney Plus for all I know. I have no idea. But it's like they're Australian. It's a dog and his family. Bingo is. I know way too much about this stuff.
Bingo.
This is my world now.
Yeah. Well, it was my world for a while.
So Bluey and Grey's Anatomy are the top streaming shows.
Grey's Anatomy?
Yeah.
So streaming networks, or like this is
This is Nielsen reporting this, and this is most streamed programs of 2024.
I mean, how many years has Grey's Anatomy been off the air? I mean, those are all streamed. What Grey's Anatomy has to be, and I'm going to get ripped for this because I know I'll get the dates wrong, 20 years ago?
I have no. I never.
And I
always
was not a
worked
fan.
Crazy shifts.
I was not a fan of it.
Not
I don't know anything really about it, but I remember.
Is that the
name.
McSteamy McDreamy thing?
Grey's Anatomy.
I'm not your Phil Almquist. I have no idea. I'm not a
Grey's Anatomy debuted in 2005. Okay, so I
Oh.
was correct with that.
20.
Let's see,
okay.
when did it end? Probably 2015, 2017?
Patrick Dempsey.
Yeah. It went to, well, actually, it went, wait a second, 21 seasons. They're not still going, are they?
I think so.
20 years would be 2025. I think they're still on the air.
Phil has the graphic up that Don sent us. That's 2024 top 10 overall streaming
go.
programs.
All right, let's Bluey, never seen. Grey's Anatomy, I'm aware of it. Family Guy, loved it.
Love it.
Bob's,
still on.
Bob's
Like my
Burgers.
sons love Family Guy. It's dirty.
Family Guy is one of the best shows on TV.
You see the numbers?
NCIS.
42.44 billion
Yep.
minutes viewed for Family Guy.
Young Sheldon, which is fascinating. I don't like it. I like Big Bang Theory, but Young Sheldon is the spin-off of it, of when he was a kid. My daughters are into it.
I got to tell you this. I hate The Big Bang Theory. It is.
Why?
It's a horrible show.
It was actually, I was
Horrible.
against it until it ended, and then when it ended in 2018, I started watching it 2 years ago in 2023. I can't believe I missed out on this. I think it's one of the best written shows of all time.
Oh, stop.
What do you think is the best?
One of the best written shows, comedy-wise, The Big Bang Theory.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wish you guys would watch Taylor Sheridan's Landman. I'm pushing that so we can talk about it. I love
saw
it.
I saw the preview. I just don't. My wife and I just don't get time to watch shows anymore.
And what was that? Law and Order was SVU, was number 8, I think, Phil?
We're watching Severance right now on Apple on Apple Plus,
Which is so good.
Yeah, it's a little hard. It's a little hard to follow.
Yeah.
But my wife loves it. And
SpongeBob at number 10.
How about that, Patrick?
SpongeBob,
Oh.
Mr. Krabs.
Yep.
Still kicking, huh?
It's still
That's a 25-year-old show now.
Still
at
a
this point.
huge show.
Yeah.
Criminal Minds. What else? What is that?
Yeah, Criminal Minds.
What's number 8 there? I can't even see that.
That's Law and Order.
Law and
It's
Order.
Olivia Benson. Would.
Big Bang Theory. I know, like my mom loves it. Like everybody loves it.
I love Big Bang Theory.
I can't do it. I watch one episode, and like I like stupid sitcoms. I do.
The kid from Roseanne is in it. He plays Leonard.
Yeah, I know who's in it. I
Leonard.
just don't. Yeah, like I like stupid sitcoms. I like
Is it too
Two and a
dorky?
Half Men and
Is
all
it too
that stuff.
dorky for you with all the nerdy science stuff?
No, I like it. That's fine with me.
I'll tell you
just
what.
make it funny.
Penny is just cool. I mean, you talk about gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gorgeous.
how Leonard got her, I'll never understand.
Oh God.
Look, it's a TV show.
Oh my God. You guys crack me up. All right. So number 2, I'll go to the speed enforcement cameras are coming to Philadelphia. This is Mayor Parker. And these planned speed cameras are the latest additions to local roads. Remember, this is going to be our future because they wanted what? Well, it started on the Roosevelt Boulevard back in the day. They have multiple ones there. And then, what is it? Is it Kelly Drive? They have some there.
Mm-hmm.
And now since the implementation, they say that speeding violations are down 95%. Fatal and severe injury crashes dropped 21%. Pedestrian accidents plummeted 50%. And that's according to research by Penn. The speed cameras have saved 1 life per month on the boulevard. That from Mayor Parker. So Mayor Parker announcing this, that more speed cameras are coming to Philadelphia. The latest batch, speed enforcement cameras coming to U.S. Route 13 in Philadelphia. So
Okay.
Mayor Sherrell Parker signing that one.
If you would like to arrive alive and you want to have the most safety possible, just get stuck in the right lane behind a Subaru. I swear to God, every traffic jam starts because of some numbnuts in a Subaru with a bunch of bumper stickers on the back of their car.
The bumper sticker.
Yeah, going 31 and a 35.
Or like Hillary Clinton.
The
It's outdated
Subaru
bumper
drivers are the worst. Move it.
Number 3, Google has announced, yes, Google is going along with Trump. Google changing the name to Gulf of America, no longer Gulf of Mexico if you're using Google Maps. And they're also changing the name of Denali in Alaska to somebody you mentioned, Mount McKinley.
Oh.
So Google Maps going along with it says, they say we have a long-standing practice of applying name changes when they have been updated in official government sources, and they posted that on X.
And as Kamala Harris would say,
just look up the Google.
another reason I don't like her, I use DuckDuckGo.
So this after obviously another of Trump's executive orders.
Okay.
First Bank, our sponsor, ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner.
I thought you said you just wanted to spank your sponsor for a second. Didn't that sound like that? I swear she just said I want to spank our sponsor.
It's been a long morning. we're together too often.
Well, the poor security guys, they call up. Yes, Dawn, we have the gentleman from First Bank here, maybe a lady from First Bank. They're expecting their spank, spanking machine. It's our new thing. So ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. Count on First Bank for personalized support, smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. That's myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring our Big Three.
I swear it sounds like you're saying spank when you say it.
Bank.
First Bank. All right.
Not First Spank. First Bank.
Hopefully, First Bank.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
There you go.
they have great.
You got to
senses
say it
of
like
humor.
Zioli says his last name. He's like Rich Zioli. Like he has that pause. I think we need that pause in First Bank.
First
Bank. Spankety
Because I'm
spank
hearing
bank.
spank when you say that every time.
I don't know. Maybe that's you.
It
Why
could
are
be.
you hearing spank? It's my.
Do you have?
Spank me?
Do you have?
My-
Oh God!
my-
Do you have a double entendre for?
I mean, I go both ways.
Marvin E. Cans, because they want you to talk about them right now.
Marvin E. Cans.
Yes.
They're coming. They're
What
coming
does that
back
sound?
to my house.
Cans, like
Cans.
Spanking cans.
No spanking at Marvin E. Cans. It's Kanze. Okay. You guys, I don't know what they're hearing. I don't know what they're having.
Yeah.
But winter's here. No, seriously, I'm glad that I had the guys from Marvin E. Cans come out before the Arctic blast, encased us in ice and snow and frigid weather, because Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, they got us ready for winter, and you can certainly count on them. Marvin E. Cans, by the way, third generation owned, as well as veteran owned company. And maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi, now I'm like trying to enunciate
Mitsubishi.
because of his spankety spank comments. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking any duct work and really could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Just contact my friends at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. Don't mention any of the spanking stuff, okay? MarvinECans.com. MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Mike Veneria Jr. with Prosperity Private Wealth. No matter your occupation, whether you work for a big company or you're a small business owner, everyone wants to keep as much of their earnings as possible. I specialize in tax minimization strategies and retirement planning that'll help you build a strong financial future for you and your future generations. Call me, Mike Veneria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New
most
customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections. Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Milo's Rewards Week is coming, and it's kind of a big deal. Members, get ready for 7 days of up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Save on the top brands in bath, tools, paint, and more. Our biggest member deals are on January 30th through February 5th. So if you're not a loyalty member, now's the time to join for free. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Dreaming of a new bathroom?
Emmons Remodeling can turn your dreams into reality.
From modern shower or bath surround upgrades to complete remodels, our team of designers and remodeling construction experts deliver stunning results. We use high-quality materials to ensure that your bathroom will look great and last for years to come.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not.
The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
He's just a wang.
Mr. Fetterman, we will get to you in just a moment as we continue. It is Kayal and Company on this Tuesday morning today in music history with Phil Almquist coming up here in just a couple of minutes, as well as our morning mystery movie clip. what is on tap for the Dawn Show today, as it'll be a big day. Caroline Leavitt, the youngest White House press secretary in the history of the United States, 27 years old. It's her first opportunity to be attacked from every single angle. CNN, MSNBC, The Washington Post, The New York Times. As she steps into the fire, like many others have had to. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kayleigh McEnany, on down the list. I'm going to miss the binder, especially if Leavitt's really good and boring today. Like if she doesn't say anything and she's just smooth and polished and there's no confrontation between her and a mainstream media antagonist, I'm going to think back to the days of the Sockster and
Sockster.
Yeah, Inside with Jen Psaki, now host of MSNBC. I'm going to miss those confrontations, but we'll see. If Caroline Leavitt's out of line or she's wrong, I'll call her out. It don't matter to me.
I think she'll be fine.
We'll see. We'll see. Youngest in history, 27. I don't know. Might be a little opening day jitters for her. But no jitters for Fetterman. He's been making the rounds, and this was a viral clip. And we saved it towards the end of the show because odds are it'll get us flagged on YouTube. But, better at 9:43 than 7:43. So Fetterman was on The View yesterday, and, he was going through all the typical, stupid questions, January 6th, politicized prosecutions, all the same talking points. And then he butted heads with, I think, a lady who is now officially past Joy Reid as the angriest lady on television, and that was Sunny Hostin.
Well, I mean, Sunny needs to recuse herself from literally every conversation because of her husband, who's up on RICO charges.
Right.
Why she's still on this program is beyond me.
That's right. And I never get a Sunny vibe from her. It's more like Cloudy Hostin.
Ironically named women.
Yeah, or, bad inclement weather pending Hostin. Clip 21, here you go.
Mean that the 34-count case in which Donald Trump was found guilty of various financial crimes was politically motivated here in New York?
I found that when the judicial system gets weaponized and targeted political enemies for political gain, I think that's inappropriate, and I think that degrades our collective trust in this a very important institution, whether that's on a Democratic going after a Republican or a Republican going after a Democratic one. And I like to think I call it strikes and balls, because the system has to remain impartial. I mean, that's really the cornerstone of our society.
How dare he say that?
I know. It's really remarkable, too, because we've talked about the whole Fetterman thing, and he's a content-generating machine. I mean, every time the guy talks or walks or dresses, he generates some sort of commentary. He's like me in the YouTube chat. He's a lightning rod. But Fetterman coming out here and saying it was politicized, at least you have to be willing to give Fetterman. And here's really where I give Fetterman, honestly, the ultimate credit. Now, I disagree the fact that he did not vote yes for Pete Hegseth. But at least John Fetterman did his homework and due diligence from the standpoint of he was willing to sit down and meet with Pete Hegseth in person, pick his brain. He arrived at a conclusion that I did not. I think Hegseth is certainly qualified. I don't think any of the moral stuff should really disqualify him. He decided otherwise. But at least he's not just going on down the list, rubber stamping on behalf of said party. And then he says what all of us on this show have said, that the New York hush money trial was nothing more than a politicized facade. And you would think Sunny Hostin could remove 1 ounce of bias for a moment, because from what I gathered, Dawn, this is a lady who's got a law degree from Notre Dame. But apparently she's just so angry that she can't see through her disdain for Trump and look at the facts of the case. So,
amen.
Figured we would play that for you. All right, Philip is in here.
You want to do the morning mystery?
That's right. We do movies first. Yes, movies and then music. Movies today in. That's coming up. But first, the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Look, George, some child left their doll in the elevator.
Leave it alone. Whoever left it there will come back looking for it.
Ugly doll. You.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
yourself.
Yeah, today's prize, a special Valentine's Day concert at the Zlock Performing Arts Center. A pair of tickets to see people will say we're in love. It's coming up at the Zlock right there on the campus of Bucks County Community College on February 14th. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
By the way, EKZ on the YouTube chat says the Fetterman clip wasn't long enough. Sonny's face right after his comment looked like she just whiffed a beer fart.
He's so spot on, and that's why I say she is now the angriest. At least Joy Reid, in her own warped, demented way, will giggle and laugh to something that's not funny, but at least she physically cracks a smile.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Sonny Hostin go from the frown and turn that thing upside down.
She did not turn that frown upside down. I just want to know why she's still, like, she has to recuse herself. Why she doesn't have to recuse herself on all of these matters of legal issues because of her allegedly corrupt husband. Right?
And because she and her husband have countersued saying it's persecution.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
Countersuing.
Countersuing, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Interesting. I get it.
There you go. All right, without further ado, at 9:48, he's got a new head coach, but he's got the same quality on tap for music.
Wait, hang on. What does he think of the...
Yeah, what do you think about Aaron Glenn?
I mean,
I like it.
Obviously, yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. But,
All right,
this is a Philly town, so they don't care.
Enough sports. They don't like when I talk Eagles.
Right.
You think they care about the Jets?
Do you think he's going to bring back Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, I think he is.
Nick?
As a coach?
No, not as a coach.
Yes, 1 year deal.
Really? You think that...
Yep.
Yes.
Stopgap.
Who's the...
I love Aaron Rodgers.
So do I.
Who's the backup?
Vinny Testaverde.
Like, nobody cares about that stuff.
The current backup is Tyrod Taylor as of this
And that's why
second.
Aaron Rodgers will be back. For
And that's exactly why Aaron
There you go.
They need to draft a young
yes,
quarterback.
but that doesn't mean he's going to start week one. So that's why we need Aaron Rodgers as a stopgap.
Let me tell you
to go
something.
Into week,
If Aaron Rodgers were in my earpiece, and I could be a good quarterback. Like, that's how good he is. He's so good. When he was walking hit through that hard. When he was walking through, what's that little Mormon boy's name? He's a cute Mormon boy who's the number 2 quarterback. What's his name? Him. Cute.
Zach Wilson.
Zach
Wilson.
Wilson.
So
That was
he just was trying to train him in. It was amazing.
You got to fly Farish up here one weekend in the fall and send Farish and Phil together to a Jets game, and we'll document it on the 1210 socials.
Riveting.
You want to talk about pain? Yeah. All right, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
And on this day in music history on Kayal Company.
Today, January 28th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dave Sharp from The Alarm, who's 66. We also lost Jeff Nichols, keyboardist from Black Sabbath in 2017. Paul Kantner from Jefferson Airplane in 2016. Billy Powell from Leonard Skinner in 2009. And Jim Capaldi from Traffic in 2005. Signals Include Jet by Paul McCartney and Wings in 74. You Really Got Me by Van Halen in 78. And Photograph by Def Leppard in the UK in 83. Album That Could Lie to Me by Johnny Lang in 97. Crazy from the Heat by David Lee Roth, as well as The Right to Rock by Keel in 85, as well as Fistful of Metal by Anthrax in 1984. Also in 94, Paul and Linda McCartney attended the premiere of Wade's World 2 in London. In 56, Elvis made his national TV appearance. In 85, We Are the World was recorded. In 2014, Motley Crue signed a cessation of touring agreement, preventing them from ever touring again after 2015. The next tour was in 2022. In 2001, Ray Charles sang the national anthem at Super Bowl 35. In 85, Jimmy Buffett opened his first Margaritaville retail store. In 78, the Doobie Brothers appeared on What's Happening, and the 2025 M3 Rock Festival announced their lineup yesterday, including Accept, Ace Frehley, and Child's Play, among others. But lastly, since we mentioned Selena Gomez earlier, I'll mention the more talented Selena based on the one Jesus actually emailed me yesterday about. And the one Billboard magazine ranked third on the list of greatest Latino artists of all time, Selena Quintanilla Perez. In January of 95, her dad began getting calls from fans who said they had a paid-for fan club membership and received nothing in return, resulting in an investigation. It found that Yolanda Saldivar has embezzled the funds, the same person who sadly killed her 2 months later. I feel like, Don, the news isn't always good. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Embezzlement, huh? Sounds like Hawk Tua girl.
$30,000.
There you go. All right. Jim in Northeast Philadelphia has identified our morning mystery movie clip. Jim, what did we play for you?
That would be Child's Play, Nick.
That is correct.
Jim!
That's correct. Jim, congratulations. You're on your way to the Zlock. Whatever's coming to the Zlock, we give tickets away for. That's basically the name of the game. Without further ado, we find out what Dawn Stenzlin has lined up 7 minutes from now.
Oh, we've got more Trump news. What is Trump up to now? And the latest with where he's ordering the military. We'll talk about the latest orders that Trump is signing. What is he doing? The latest on immigration. Is ICE here yet? Where are they in America? We'll go through that. Why are the Quakers, right here in our region, the Quakers, they're suing the Trump administration?
The Quakers?
The Quakers. What's going on with all that? So we've got a lot of breaking news with regard to that. 10:30, Ben Manis, he'll take us through what's happening with D.A. Krasner, the very latest. The 11 o'clock hour, we have more developing that we'll go through all of it for you. Don't go anywhere. We're local. We're statewide. What's up with Shapiro? What's going on at the State House? And, of course, Trump. We got
All right. Thank you very much,
Trump.
Dawn.
That's my new segment.
I was actually notified of what Trump told all the DEI people in the military that had to leave.
Go home to your mom.
Got rid of them all.
It's amazing.
Amazing. All right, everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Dawn is next, and if John Fetterman's not talking to Sonny Hostin, he's usually telling us this.
Good night, everybody.
Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit California Psychics